What's your favorite scary movie?
This is Halloween Town.
They're coming to get you, Barbara.
Beetlejuice.
You know, it's Halloween. I guess everyone's entitled to one good scare.
We just cut up our girlfriend with a chainsaw. Does that sound fine?
Sounds pretty groovy to me.
And with that, we are covering Evil Dead 2. We're back to Evil Dead because we did that last year. Shocker. With us today, we have...
Hello, everybody. I'm one of your hosts, a geeky writer.
Forgot to mention, it's the Cheap Seat Critics podcast, and I'm Crimson.
And they rolled me out of the retirement home at Sinister Boy.
And I'm Sprinks. What an intro. Hey, if you're listening in a graveyard, you can find Cheap Seat Critics on Twitter, Instagram, LetterBoxd, Facebook, TikTok. We have a visual side of things over on YouTube and Rumble if you're interested in that. But you can listen wherever you get podcasts, wherever you're listening to from now. I always feel like I forget something, but I think that's it.
I think
That sounds wonderful.
I mean, if you're currently listening / watching the podcast, you are on a platform that has podcasts. So good for
Very
you.
true.
All right, well, just jump straight into this. Going with histories. Going with Sprinks.
Oh, sweet. I gotta go first?
Yeah.
Let's see. As of last time, when we covered the first Evil Dead, I think I stated I've only seen the first and second one as of that time. As of now, I have seen the first and second one, as well as Army of Darkness and the 2013 reboot. I have not seen Evil Dead Rise. I've played the Evil Dead game, and I've seen a couple episodes of Ash vs. Evil Dead. I think that's it. Oh, and I've read one comic where Ash meets the warrior princess,
Xena.
Xena.
Xena. I think that's it.
Lucy Lawless, everybody.
Look at that. You doubled your knowledge in a year. Oof.
I sure did.
We'll go with Ryder next.
All right. I had never seen any of the Evil Dead movies, so my history with the franchise has been specifically the first one when we covered it last year for Halloween, and this one here that we went through now. However, I have been keeping my ear to the ground for just other things that happen to be Evil Dead related now that come across my pathway because specifically we covered it last year. And this time around, I was accidentally... I didn't know it was the spoiler for the end of this movie, but something got spoiled for me about the ending.
Oh.
Yeah.
The ending?
Yeah, the ending.
Not
Okay.
the ending, but the ending.
Yeah.
The ending.
I'm sure we'll find out what he means later on.
I'll go next with my history. I've seen first, second, third film. I've seen the 2013 reboot. I've not seen Rise. I've played the 2022 Evil Dead game that Sprinks referenced, because I haven't played any of the older games, and I haven't read any of the comics. I've seen all of the show. I think it's a great show. As for this movie, I've probably seen it 8, 9 times, my guess, something like that. So, a fair amount. And I like Bruce Campbell. There you go.
I guess
He is
it's
a
a
pretty
detail
cool
I forgot
dude.
to add. Yeah, I've seen this movie, I think, 3 times now.
Yeah. I'll may as well add it on. This is my first.
We got it first. And
We got it, everybody. We got it first.
Sinister, you're up.
I have never seen the Evil Dead movie. I don't really know why.
Sweet, another first.
No,
he lied
no,
as
no,
easily
no.
as he breathed.
Lied through my teeth. No. So this was I think, if I'm remembering correctly, this might have been the first one I've seen originally years and years ago, and then I kind of worked my way backwards and forwards to the other ones. But this is probably I Quentin Tarantino'd okay. I jumped around the story. I don't care. They don't care. It's not even linear.
Long ways and sideways and upways
Yeah.
and downways.
I was just all over the place. Yeah. Evil Dead was my playground, and I was all over it. Yeah. So I've probably still seen this one the most. Probably close second would be the first one, and Army of Darkness is probably in last. But this is still probably my favorite one. I pretty much know backwards and forwards again, ins and outs of this movie pretty well. But I still rewatched it, and it's still fun. And I've also have now seen the remake, 2013 remake, played the game, and I've read a few comics, but nothing that's canon probably to the actual Evil Dead franchise. And that's about it.
Awesome. We'll jump into some facts. I'll start with the budget. It was 3.5 mil. I didn't go back to check what the first movie was because I just forgot to do that. But it's more. I think it's more than that.
3. Yeah. Do you want me to tell you? I know what it was.
Okay, what was it?
Not counting post-production stuff, it was about $90,000. Counting post-production, about $325,000 or $365,000. It's a bit of a jump.
Times 10.
Yeah.
Wow.
Multiply the budget. They got some backing. Stephen King was involved with some of the pushing of this film. The box office was 5.9 mil, so not a huge profit, but a decent profit for a film of this size. I can't imagine there was much marketing put into it in the first place that would cost them a lot. And I kept facts low because I did request Sinister to fill us in, being the biggest fan here. So I'll just throw out one and then pass it along to Sinister.
I gave you a freebie. I gave you one fact.
Sinister, I don't want to use that fact. I want you to use that.
Okay.
You seemed very passionate about that.
Okay. It was filmed in 35 millimeter. Can you believe it?
I sure can.
Yeah. Okay, so some of my facts. I have a lot, but I'm not going to front load like I did with Evil Dead. We're going to sprinkle them throughout. So most of the applicable ones that don't have anything to do with the story so much, or at least the goings on of the story. Originally, there's 2 distinct versions of what this sequel could have been. Very, very different. The original one was that they were going to do Sam Raimi, Bruce Campbell, and Robert Tappert, the producer, were going to sort of do John Carpenter's Halloween sequel, where they would essentially just produce a sequel, but they wouldn't act or write for it and have somebody else direct it and write it. One of the original guys on Evil Dead 1, Josh Becker, was originally going to write and direct it with, might have been Scott Spiegel who ended up writing this one. I'm not quite sure. But that didn't really end up going anywhere because they read the script and didn't really like it, and that kind of stalled that. The other version, which we did eventually get in the form of Army of Darkness, was more of a medieval setting. But once they got what the budget was going to be, they had to scale it back to this.
They got to earn the budget for the medieval one.
Yeah. Plus,
Interesting.
Plus the. Yes, sorry.
I was just curious. Did the earnings of this film go in any way into the development of the next?
Not sure. I don't imagine so, because the timeline, this came out in 87 and Army of Darkness had come out till 92. So I'd imagine there really wasn't much of a like, oh, you can do this movie, we'll get you another movie kind of deal. At least not maybe in the general sense.
Okay.
Probably just ground backing for
Yeah, just they proved that they could make a movie semi-successful.
That they did.
Yeah. Plus, the production company Dino De Laurentiis didn't really want anything that was too different than the first movie, so he really wanted it to be in a cabin in the woods. So, there you have it. Originally, the character of Bobby Joe was Sam Raimi wanted that to go to actress Holly Hunter. I know nobody knows who she is. She's like a nobody actress. No, she's
Never heard of her.
Yeah, of Incredibles fame and so on and so forth. Raising Arizona, all the greats.
Yeah, she got
Brother,
that
Where Art Thou?
jar of like Lex Luthor urine, right?
Yeah.
Not
Yeah.
wrong, but why did you phrase it like that?
Yeah. Why did you phrase it like that? He was not interested. She wasn't too big on. She, after having seen the first one, she didn't really want to do the movie. So yeah, it didn't end up going to her, unfortunately. And I think that's it for like a front load, and I can kind of go throughout. But oh, I did have one thing. Returning people from the first one. There was another. They were going to have the original Linda come back, but she was starting a family and didn't really have much of a ability to come back, so they had to recast Linda. So that would have been the sole really connecting force between the two movies, other than Bruce Campbell. And the only other four people, was Sam Raimi's brother Ted Raimi in the form of Henrietta, Scott Spiegel, who co-wrote it, and he was a fake shimp in the first one.
Also, not to be confused with Spike Spiegel.
Yeah, not to be confused with Spike Spiegel. If for any of you, have a Bebop fan, yeah, go watch it. It's great. Tim Philo, who ended up doing a lot of the photography, or I believe a lot of the set design and stuff, who was the original DP on the first one, and Tom Sullivan, who did pretty much all the special effects and makeup in the first one, returns in this one, but he just does mostly the stop motion. Oh, and there's one other member returning. The original clock from Evil Dead 1 is in this movie as the clock again.
Ooh.
Oh, good to know.
Very important reprisal.
I thought you were going to say Sam Raimi, but okay, yeah, the clock.
No, he's not in this movie at all. What are you talking about?
Behind the camera. All right. That's pretty cool. I guess one last fact I'll throw in there is they were worried when that the MPAA, people that rate movies, was going to rate it an X due to the excess use of blood. So they sold the rights to Rosebud Releasing Corporation to work around the film not being rated when released. So they could actually get it out there.
All right. Yeah, that sounds like something you would have to do.
All right, we shall jump into the coverage unless, Sprinks, you got a secret fact to throw out there?
I don't have a secret fact. I do have a question to ask Sinister, but I think I'll save it towards the end.
Oh, wait. Actually, there's something we have to do front load a little bit before we get into the...
I think I know what
before we get into the... Yes. Let's get out of the way, because we're going to talk about it a lot. Let's just jump in. Well, this doesn't really have anything to do with the plot. Is anybody unsure if this is officially a sequel or not?
There you go. Is it a sequel? Is it a retcon reboot thing? What is it?
Interesting.
I do have a question about that, because that pretty much defines how I'm going to be going at this film for the rest of it.
Somebody might have mentioned this to me, so I figured I should probably get it out of the way.
May have been me. I don't know.
Well, I'll go first. I consider it a sequel.
I consider it Well, at least watching it, I considered the first 15 minutes or so to be a retcon, and then
But in
the quote
large,
unquote
a sequel.
yeah, and then the sequel took place after that. That's kind of
Yeah.
how I took it on my first viewing,
Mhm.
and I kind of based my notes around that. So
Yeah.
I'm curious if that was the intention or.
So, funny story. When they were distributing the first one, he also helped on this one too. Irwin, I don't know if it's Irwin or Irvin Shapiro, sold a bunch of the distribution rights to foreign countries. Think about like 50 different, you know, smaller distribution companies over there. And so if they wanted to reuse the footage from the first one as a recap in this one. And in order to do that, they would have had to have gone to like all 50 or whatever of those companies and asked for permission to license it basically or to use it in this one, and most of those had already gone out of business. So that made it even more difficult. So they had to end up reshooting something of a beginning or, reimagining, I guess, in a way. And they were originally going to do like entirely like the same thing, like Scotty, Linda, Shelley, all that, but they realized that that would really slow the pace down to just do the whole thing. So they just kind of kept it as bare bones as possible.
Interesting. So it was a retcon born out of necessity.
Yeah, they literally they could not. Well, not that they definitely couldn't, but probably if they had done like asked every single company to use, it would have taken months or years, and so they just decided it was probably easier just to redo it.
Yeah, licensing issues.
Yeah, licensing issues. They get you every time.
Yeah, it's true.
Which
I think
also had issues with the show.
Yes.
Okay.
I think it's a good example. Yeah, it's a good example of situations of like, was it better or worse to have it present? I think this is a good visual sense of that.
Yeah.
Like, if the movie just started with, Ash being thrown to the tree as how the first movie ended, would that have been a better start than the retelling retcon that this began with? And I mean, it's up to the individual, but I think that's just an interesting point for it.
Yeah,
I think that's
I don't think it hurt it. Yeah.
And I'm leaning, because it is called Evil Dead 2. It sounds like they're leaning towards it being a sequel, since they numbered it as a sequel. So I don't think they would actually need the recap, since the recap doesn't technically change anything except removing characters, which if they cut it out, they wouldn't need to cut those characters out. So yeah, I guess I would be fine with them starting with the flying. Even though the recap, I think, is well done streamlining it. Is it required? I don't think so.
It is kind of, I'm trying to think of other. I think Halloween 2 has a recap. I don't know.
Sensor, isn't there an interview somewhere with Bruce Campbell being
Yes.
asked where does the first one connect solely into the second one? And he said, like,
Yeah.
right during that tree bit.
Yeah, so he says you could take the ending, like and cut it right, or take the beginning of this movie and then cut it at about like the 5 or 6 minute mark or something when he gets thrown out of the tree, and then you just tap it onto the end of the other one, and you pretty much have like a 2 hour, 3 hour long Evil Dead movie essentially. If you edit it together.
Yeah, the only thing that I think the retcon, the retcon / stapling together would theoretically damage is you have to ask where the other corpses are.
Yeah.
I think that's the only thing that would be, if I was treating it fully as a sequel, I think that would be more damaging to this. But otherwise, I do think it's mostly, it follows mostly as a decent through line from one to the next, if that's the point at which they would like to cut it.
Yeah. They also like to use the term requel with this.
Yes. No. That's a good. That's what. It's a remake or a sequel. It's a requel.
Is there any movie out there besides this that's defined as a requel?
Uh,
I did not look into that, but I
Yeah, I
know
did.
that is tied with this.
yeah, a requel. It's a very specific situation.
Yeah, it's
You
true.
don't. Yeah.
I can't think of one off the top of my head. Do you know any Springs, or just throwing it out there? to
No,
see if-
that not that I can think of.
Okay.
Yeah, I've never really seen a movie have to remake its own first movie story in order to tell the second one.
It sounds familiar, but I can't think.
I'm sure there's something.
Yeah,
there's
I'm sure,
definitely.
I feel like I've seen something like that. I just don't recall what it was. That's not
Ghostbusters
this.
Afterlife. Nah, okay, that,
Yeah, that's just
I'm sure like
exactly
a
that.
something.
I'm sure like a TV show has definitely done that. I've definitely seen stuff where they've had to like
the
in
made
between
for TV
seasons.
stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, like they've had to reshoot
Oh,
things.
yeah. No, that's a good one when they pitch a pilot. And
Yeah,
then they use that pilot, but when they get like the funding for the season, episode 2 is vastly different.
Yeah.
Like the sets changes and things like that. Yeah, so they kind of
Maybe
film.
recast some people.
They film a couple pilots. Yeah,
That's a good example.
that's a good example. Because I think a lot of what studios do for television shows is that like they like the often pilots have to be like everything about the show in the pilot. You know, usually.
yeah. So that you could air it, and then there's not like a big thing of like, well, what's gonna happen, or yeah, something, so that it can be self-contained almost in a way, but have. You
Streaming's
also want to
changed
see
that a
more
bit,
of it.
but,
Yeah.
Streaming's changed that a bit. Yeah, I definitely remember that. There was definitely a long era for that specifically. So
Yeah. That was an error.
Are we good to move on to the coverage portion? With that, are we good with that initial point?
yeah.
I think so.
Yes.
All right. For this one, we're doing an act structure, 3 acts in particular. And Act 1 starts from the beginning, shockingly enough, to Annie paying Bobby Joe and
Jake.
Jake to cross. So jump around anywhere within there.
Jump around.
And we shall start with writer.
Sure. Let me see if I can find one. I thought it was interesting that they made the book disappear in like 1300 AD. I'm a huge history nerd, so that's like the end of the. I think that's about the end of the Dark Ages, in terms of what our world's history would be like. And I'm not saying, it's implied that we at least share some history with this world. So it's interesting that like, I guess the book disappeared at the end of the Dark Ages. Which I guess is kind of
Ironic.
symbolic of how it turns into the Renaissance and things like that. So that was an interesting way to start.
Yeah.
And then my first joke of the film was seas of blood. I'm like, that's a lot of blood. This is in the sense of like, I don't think you'd find that much blood on the planet. But
Well, it's not pure blood. It's mixed with water, so it's more like diluted blood.
oh, I see.
Salty
It's
iron.
actually just a recoloring of an ocean
I was
shot,
gonna,
but
yeah.
Yeah, no, obviously it was just a recoloring of an ocean.
My
shot.
immersion's been crashed.
Oh,
now I don't remember if they answered in Army of Darkness what caused a whole sea of blood.
I don't think they talk about the Sea of Blood.
I don't think it's referenced.
We can just assume that.
I don't actually know a sea in Army of Darkness.
There isn't.
I think they're in like a desert.
They're landlocked.
For the 5 images that I've seen of Army of Darkness, and by the way, that's what spoiled the ending for this film for me. I agree. That's probably they're in a desert.
Well, that's because that was the thing. That's because of the Sea of Blood. It wasn't as wet as water is, so it dried up.
Also, the ocean sucked all the moisture from all the plant life and put it into the ocean. Crazy redistribution.
But someone was, getting their toesies wet using that as ink.
Yeah, they were like.
So I guess I do have a
Beach
question.
day.
I guess I have a question.
Yeah.
Is the implication that when Ash finds the tape recorder in the cabin, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is the implication that the tape recorder reading out the words again is what summons the demon, or was that demon already there because of the professor?
Ooh, good question.
That's a good question. Kind of how I choose to interpret it. I'm not saying this is fact, is that he'd already kind of had summoned, let's say, because I don't know, again, this is, and I think Crimson will back me up on this. It's the demonic aspect of every Evil Dead property is very confusing.
Okay.
It is.
So
Yeah.
right. If that,
Yeah.
if
So
that's,
yeah. How I choose to interpret it, but I don't know if this will help you in a subjective way or an objective way. But how I choose to interpret it is that he had summoned a demon or a thing, which then as we possesses his wife or something. And then Ash summons a separate entity by playing it again, or the path gets opened again. So there's multiple, that doesn't really necessarily fix a lot of the other issues.
Yeah.
But that's just one way to kind of keep it a little bit. It's kind of the same thing with Evil Dead 1, where she's already getting possessed before they play the tape, and then they play the tape, and then it happens again. It's a little plot holy. I will admit.
Yeah, I'll say that. I mean, I'll just be upfront with you right now. The world building was a bit confusing in terms of like where the demon's abilities start and end, and just like what the limits of their powers are. Mind you, I'm fine to roll with that because I think Ash's character is pretty much what carries the film for me. So.
Oh yeah, nice.
And yeah.
The movies live and die by Bruce Campbell.
That's true.
And Sam Raimi.
He's really him. Yeah. I guess for me on that, I read it as it was the original one that the father called, because he died or something. We don't really know exactly what happened to him other than his soul is trapped in this weird plane of existence.
In between.
So he's dead. Not part of this realm anymore. So I would imagine the thing that killed him is still roaming, unless he dispelled it when he also got dispelled. Maybe that's why he's now in a weird plane of existence. He did that to himself on accident. I don't know. He's kind of a mystery.
I think with that situation, I think probably if I again, this is sort of in between the lions. But I think pretty much anybody that gets, let's say, quote unquote, possessed or taken over or killed by these Kandarian demons, Deadites, we'll say, probably goes to the same place where the professor went. Probably the reason why he's able to sort of transpose himself into kind of like out from this in between is probably because he read the book or read from the pages, so he is imbued with some level of supernatural
power,
or curse, whichever, so he has some wherewithal to kind of break through slightly, whereas everybody else who just gets taken for a ride just gets probably eternal
railroaded.
railroaded and eternally just stuck in limbo, probably.
I'll ask the same question for you, Springs. What did you what was your interpretation of the tape recorder bit?
Being that it was recording, I thought the first instance of Professor Nobi recording it is what summoned it, and the second time having it replayed with the same words, because the words have power, over the tape recorder, was drawing the essence, since it's already in the world, to my knowledge, drawing it back to the cabin.
Okay.
Yeah. I didn't summon it; just called it back.
Yeah. So most of you were on the page that it was already there. The words just kind of called it back.
Yeah. To me, it was dormant because Professor Nobi was, quote unquote, taken care of.
Yeah. He managed to fix it in at least partially, because what happened to his wife and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
But when it's on the tape recorder and played again, a portal doesn't open up for it to come out of.
No.
Okay.
It's just kind of already there.
Yeah, that's fair. That's an interesting way to look at it. I think I was on your guys' page, which was it had called back the demon that was already there until that we have two possessions at once when the whole group is there later on in the film, which we'll get to.
Yeah. I will say, this movie is an interesting bit for me. Just going to a different point. Interesting that you don't really get an introduction of a character's name. You get the name of the character later on in conversation.
Yeah.
And I found that different. Like,
Do
I
they
didn't
say
know
Jake's
Jake's
name.
They do,
Okay.
but not till like 4 scenes after he's involved in something. When Annie and Jake and Bobby, Joe, and that other dude, the other dude, I don't know his name.
Ed.
But when the 4 of them meet up, they never introduce each other's names. Ed,
No.
is it?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
Ed.
the boyfriend or whatever of Annie. Yeah. I had a similar thing.
Ed's.
Yeah. No, Professor Ed. Professor
No,
Ed.
it is.
No.
It was
Made
in
me
the
think of it.
flashback of them discovering
know.
the book. They say
No,
his name in that.
Yeah, I know. No, you made me think of the talking horse.
Wonderful Mr. Ed.
Yeah, the wonderful Mr. Ed. Professor, there's a professor. Anyway, sorry. Yeah, I was getting confused because I was talking to Crimson because I was trying to figure out what I should focus on facts wise or whatever because I didn't want to take over the party. Yeah, exactly. So, but I was like talking about Jake's character, but I was like, I knew the blonde preppy boy. I knew his name was Ed, but there was on the truck that Jake drives, there's also like I think it's called like Big Ed's like gas or something. So I was like, oh, he's Ed too. So then I got confused. I was like, I don't know what his name is. Then when I found out it was Jake, I was like, so why does this truck say Big Ed's gas? Why does it say like Jake?
Confusion. Yeah.
Yeah. He obviously doesn't own it. It's he's obviously works there or something. But yeah, it's very strange.
Yeah. It's interesting that the I don't know, the company or whatever for that tow truck was Ed's, unless that's a custom label they put on it. But then they named a character Ed in the movie as well.
Yeah.
One of those two was a choice.
Yeah. To kind of get back to, I guess, what your original point was, Springs, about how they weren't very like upfront with the names outside of everybody who knows Ash, and I think we all knew Ash going in.
Yeah, but there's no introduction.
Yeah.
Of characters.
The interesting thing is like there's something diegetic about that I actually like. The idea that you don't really learn someone's name until it's actually brought up in dialogue. There's something diegetic about that which I like, but I don't know if I would compliment this film specifically for that.
I think it was going more of an observational point, not like a plus or minus for it, right?
Yeah, it's more of an for me. It's more of an observational one, but.
So I feel like it doesn't necessarily not work in this movie, but I wouldn't say it works in every.
Yeah.
It doesn't work in every situation.
Yes, I really think it's on the scenes bit. Like when Annie meets Jake, there's no like, who are you? What's your name? Where are we going? What's happening? But when Jake tackles Ash, sorry, next act. But when Jake tackles Ash, he doesn't go, "My name's Jake." Punch, punch, punch. Like, not needed there at all.
That would be great.
Yeah, there was no. One of the interesting things about the film is there was no like need or / time for them to make proper introductions to one another because things just kind of kept happening to them.
Yeah, it just kind of goes fast.
So that helps in the diegetic sense, I think, a little bit.
You got Bobby Joe's introduction feeling natural.
Joe.
He was asking her.
And I just called Annie B plot the entire time in my notes. So
Annie B plot.
No, I didn't know her name, so I just called her B plot. She doesn't even have Annie.
I don't blame you for that, right?
Yeah, just
No, my notes had that guy and that dude as Ed and Jake until I got their names.
That guy and that dude.
So, if I'm reading directly from my notes, audience, and I say the word B plot, I am referring to Annie.
He slips up. So Strava, you bring up a point.
Okay. Let me see how. What do I got? This is something. This is a very niche thing of mine. But I like when movies use miniatures, and boy, does this movie use a lot of miniatures.
Oh man,
There's a couple.
There's
this
a couple.
not only uses miniatures, it spooked me with the stop motion as well that I appreciated.
Yes, that's the other part.
It was very creative. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, no, you're. When they're driving, like in the scene where they're driving across the bridge and they have the little minute, I was like, yes, I love that. And yeah, again with the stop motion is also very, very well done, especially for the time. I think we're still, that's still in this part, right? The dance.
I mean, you're covering an overarching point, so I'm trying to talk.
Okay.
Yes, the dance is in this.
The dance is in Act
Okay.
1, though.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Linda's dance, which is very cool, and I think it was done by a man named Don Restwick. I hope I'm getting that correctly. It's a really good job. It's probably one of my favorite little scenes in the movie. It's very fitting, and with the what is it? The Fred Astaire like hat roll,
tumbling down the arm.
Yeah. The Fred Astaire hat roll off the arm back up. Oh, perfect.
Yeah, I honestly, in a weird way for the stop motion, I actually think the age of the time period of this film and the age of the film actually quite help to like elevate that.
Oh yeah.
In the sense of like, it feels appropriate for the use of its time, and it doesn't feel dated, if that makes sense. Because I think if something like that were done in like a film today, that might come across as very dated in terms of your approach to filmmaking and stuff like that.
I would agree. People would find that cheesy.
Yeah, people would find that very cheesy, and I think that because you know how old this film is, it actually it kind of feels like it slots right in terms of a way of getting your visual medium across in a very creepy way.
I guess that is something that I usually, there's a lot of like, let's say, I'm gonna use a phrase here, and we might have to bleep it out, but real horror fans, fans of real horror, I always because I don't really like the slashers or like the gory, like murder porn, I guess you could almost call it.
Yeah.
Sort of.
More gore porn, that sort of thing.
Like Friday the 13th, I'm kind of okay with, because a lot of just the earlier ones, because there's an element, and I think we talked about it on Evil Dead, or maybe during our bad movie season. So go check that out, audience, if you haven't already. Of the like camp and cheesiness aspect, and I love camp. I love the camp aspect of especially Evil Dead movies. But it is very difficult because I've talked to people that aren't really that interested. They like the gory, like where it looks like brutally real, and I've never been a fan. Yeah, like Saw, or
Okay, I was about to say, does Saw fit in that category?
Saw
is not a slasher, but it's
no.
Very gory.
I'm just using like slasher as like a catch-all for like just dismemberment, or Saw, Hostel is kind of in the similar vein of what I'm kind of talking about, or just like really over the top, super realistic gore or whatever.
Does Brain Dead count?
See, no, that is a splatter film, but that's like gore to the point where it is like cartoonishly like over the top.
That's like parody gore.
Yeah. Like what I'm talking about is like very realistic, like the amount of blood, or
visceral.
Like it's exactly visceral. And I've never been a fan of those movies, and so, but I always get in arguments with people because I'm like, well, I like Evil Dead, and like that's so cheesy, and like, Yeah, that's why I like it. I like it. It's campy. It's not, it's still scary. It still works, at a certain level. But because of me, Crimson, and Sprinks, or Crimson, Sprinks and me, sorry, watched the remake of the first one, kind of, we watched that
The
together.
2013 one. Yeah.
2013 one, and I think we all agreed that it was not as good as the original. Maybe
It
it
was
just
missing.
Yeah,
something.
it was missing
It was
a
missing
key
the heart.
element.
Yeah. Well,
Yes.
then I'm happy that I'm missing it for now, because I'm sure I'll cover it
Yes.
in the podcast eventually.
Yeah, we'll get there. Yeah, we'll get there. But there wasn't I think what I said in the moment, and this isn't really kind of going off on a tangent. Sorry.
No, this is good.
Yeah.
I actually want to piggyback off it when you're done. So
Yeah. I thought one of the elements that I felt like was missing, other than the obvious, had no Bruce Campbell, was there wasn't really any fun. It didn't feel fun watching it. I know it's probably a hard thing to illustrate.
It took itself very seriously.
It took itself very seriously, and I think Evil Dead 1 is a pretty much straight ahead horror film for the late 70s, early 80s. It's there's not as many gags as there are on this one, obviously, but it still felt like they had a fun time, even though it was a miserable time making it. But they felt like there was an aspect of fun to it, and that was not at all present in the modern retelling of it, which I felt was like, it's a hard thing, I think, to grasp or to get inside of it if you're not already there.
Yeah. To kind of piggyback off of that a little bit, one of the interesting things about horror is the different aspects of the varying genres. Like there is a place in horror, obviously, for the very serious kind of like slashers, or the grotesque realism in gore and stuff like that. There's definitely places for that in the horror genre, and one of the things that I think you're kind of getting at is that dominates the horror genre these days, which is kind of a shame to the horror genre a little bit.
Yeah.
Because one of the things about camp that you bring up, and I'm always say I love my cheesy moments and I love my camp and my stuff. My point of view on it is just either keep the tone or earn it. Because obviously it'd be really weird if you started dropping like quips in Evil Dead,
Yeah.
like Josh Whedon quips in Evil Dead.
Yeah.
Effect. But it's one of those things where it's definitely an aspect of the horror genre that you don't see much of these days. That kind of campy feelingness that brings, I guess, what you're looking for, which is the enjoyment behind in the horror genre. It's just the feeling of fun.
Yeah.
And camp is a very easy way to, access that for the genre, I think.
Yeah. Like, I'm not going to start saying like every horror movie should be camp. I think you kind of illustrated it where it has to sort of fit within the tone of what they're going for and all that. But yeah, I will say I do also kind of like the psychological horror stuff that's come out in the last 4 or 5, like The Lighthouse is very good.
There was another one that came out this year that I haven't seen, like The Long List or The Legless.
Long Legs, yeah,
Long
I've heard of it. Yeah, Long Legs. Yeah, I kind of want to watch that at some point. So there's another aspect of it. There's not a lot of camp. Men, I was not gonna say. I was gonna wait for somebody else to say that.
Now that men's I seem to miss the bit. What's the talk now of connection? Lighthouse, Long Legs, and Men.
I was just
horror
saying
films.
that. I was just saying
modern horror. Okay.
I was saying I like that there is also becoming like a psychological horror aspect.
The psychological
it's not
stuff
just
seems to be making a bit of a resurgence now, which is nice. I am very grateful for that.
Because I remember when I was a younger person
back in
back in my day, like horror that was coming out as I was growing up, it was all Saw esque stuff, or very there was a 10-year span where that was what horror was, and or Child's Play remakes or something. I don't know. Child's Play is a little camp. Child's Play is probably that's camp. Child's Play is camp. There's a little bit of camp to that.
And they went like supernatural jump scares, Paranormal Activity, Insidious, Annabelle, all that stuff.
I think in latest news to me, the big horror headliners have been Hereditary, Talk to Me, and then in most recent news, Alien Romulus.
Yeah. So this, we're getting some variety. It's been a while though. I feel like since I've seen like a Final Girl kind of movie, there's not as many of those anymore. I feel like.
Oh,
You mean like Alien?
They have Friday the 13th.
Like
or Halloween. Whatever.
the 2013 Evil Dead.
No.
There you go.
No.
10 years.
10 years. It's been 10 years. Over 10 years.
Wow.
No. I was just, there's a couple, like It Follows is kind of like the closest I think that I've seen in recent times to like a Final Girl kind of movie. It's a trope. Scream is also a Final Girl movie that just got a sequel a year or two ago, I think. So there's stuff out there, but yeah, I Evil Dead holds a special place in my heart because it is sort of like, it's horror, it's campy, and it's fun, and that's sort of, but it's still scary.
And most importantly, probably, is you have the charm of Bruce Campbell.
Yeah, I mean, Bruce Campbell, like,
Sure.
I've talked with Crimson about this a lot, because we are both Evil Dead fanatics. That it would be very, very hard to reboot this with a new Ash because Bruce Campbell is perfect. He's,
His iconicity is stapled to the series.
He's I mean, this, like I said, this Evil Dead lives and dies by Sam Raimi and Bruce Campbell. If they're not involved, it's not good.
Yeah, there is and that's kind of funny. I think I'm trying to think of who could play a young Ash now, and I can't think of an actor who's. I can't really think of an actor easily that could do that. Like I can think if Brendan Fraser were a lot younger, I actually think he'd be great as a variation.
No, that's good. Yeah, I think I agree with that.
Yeah, that's probably
Powell.
He did.
Yeah.
Glenn Powell. I did throw out Glenn Powell. I was talking that guy from he was just in Saltburn, the tall like good looking guy. Yeah.
Barry? Whatever.
Yeah. No, not the creepy guy. Not the small creepy guy. I do like him.
Karagush, I don't know how to pronounce it.
No, Jacob. Yeah. It's like Jacob El Roddy or something, or he's also in that Euphoria. He looks like he could like physically pull it off, but I don't know if he has like the charm, like the wit to do it.
That's fair.
But he physically, I think physically he could pull it off. I don't know if he could like act it though. I think he might be a little bit too serious. But because I think that was something I'm just going to compliment Bruce Campbell in this movie, but it's a very difficult job. I know it. I know, like, he's the king of B movies, all that stuff. It's a very hard job to play this very, very seriously, because that's part of the charm. Is you have to play it straight. You can't be winking at the audience because it doesn't work. Play it very, very straight, and yet there is still like the are we for real? Are we really doing this aspect? It's very. Yeah, and lean into it. He's the man.
Yeah. I'll drag us back to talking about the film.
Thank you.
The film specifically.
I couldn't figure out how to get out of there.
Yeah, I could sense Crimson was gearing up for it. Anyway.
I was trying.
Yeah. I want to Ash just one hits with a shovel Linda's head off in the retcon, which is crazy to think about. It's either a really, really sharp shovel or
it's. I think I didn't watch it back to back, but I think it's pretty much the same like setup both times.
Yeah,
I'm not sure.
The shovel.
There's also some fun in it as well. It's like immediately he's covered in dirt and sweat. Like just after like falling, just like after just seeing her once, he falls over and then he's just covered in dirt, sweat, and like. So there's a little bit again funny. I don't really have much to nitpick about that because it's not really writing related, but it's.
It is convenient the shovel was there.
Yeah.
Agree.
Yeah, that is true. It is convenient.
Well, Yeah, well, especially because Professor Noe buried his wife in the cellar, so why was the shovel outside?
Even better. You made that worse. Congratulations.
I have to. I'm a big fan of the movie. I have to talk it down.
That's good.
I'm no credits, okay? No defending here.
Something
I'll call it
I'll
out.
bring up. So we see Linda's body with the chainsaw in the shed, going
Mhm.
crazy, cutting itself up down the middle, and I didn't know why it stopped. The arms didn't get dismembered, the legs didn't get dismembered. It just fell over and died, in air quotes. I don't know why it stopped.
He tackled it.
When the head got dismembered.
Yeah,
Yeah, when the head's in the vice and
it's like
got a chainsaw
him
in
with
its
a
neck.
chainsaw. Yeah,
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
a little weird.
it just eventually just collapses.
The chainsaw hit the nervous system. Was it at the
Yes.
bottom of the spine, whatever that is?
Well, it's the start of your your nervous system runs all the way to your brain, but the central part of it would be where your neck starts to meet your spine. So the chainsaw is wedged in there for sure, but
I think
if that just destroyed the
we're also
muscle.
dealing with,
the
we're also
problem
dealing
is
with super-
the demons transcend that because we have a hand that is walking
Yeah.
without a nervous system,
yeah.
Thank you for saying it because I didn't want to say it.
and we have a head that talks. So I don't. I mean, I like the approach, but the rules have that there are no rules regarding.
I will say that this has nothing necessarily to do with whether it should have died or not. It is probably some of my least favorite along, and I think they have a snippet of them filming that, and yeah, it looks exactly as what you think it would look like underneath there. That's exactly what's going on.
Do you think the demon stopped Linda's body to do a psychological like torture element onto Ash, that it's like a success for him to only realize that he's still losing?
And that's a lot in this movie that will be brought up is Ash can easily be killed by these things, but obviously they enjoy toying with him more.
Toys with him a lot.
And they carry that on with the TV show as well, where the demons care less about their own well-being and just care more about playing with the food.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that would be my best faith interpretation. Is they just wanted to play with him psychologically and not just kill him there.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd probably go with that.
I would agree, because I mean it allow the body pretending to be dead or whatever allows him to focus on the fact that his girlfriend's head is mocking him.
I mean, if I had like a girlfriend's head like mocking me in a vice, I would be very off put.
I kind of I guess I'll turn around and compliment the scene a little bit. I actually like when I actually kind of want to test this out in real life, but putting fake blood over a lamp to see if that would.
It's really cool.
Yeah, that little lamp, it was really cool. I do want to actually test it out in real life whenever I get the materials to do that. And then
if someone could help me, what's the one where the light bulb in itself in the socket starts filling with blood?
That's Evil Dead 1. Yeah,
that's the first one. Okay.
Yeah,
and
that is also a cool scene.
Also, again, Ash's character is very much defined by his character traits, and what defines the character, like objectively as it's written, is also partially defined by the way Bruce Campbell acts him. So I actually like that Bruce Campbell acts the character Ash in the sense of like the way he has to psych himself up to chainsaw the head. Like he's but he just needed to take that moment to kind of psych himself up to do it. And even though the demon is taunting him, I actually do appreciate that. It's good stuff.
Mm-hmm.
No, that demon was that was not putting up a fight at all.
Yeah, it was purely just to fuck with him.
Yeah, Ash, save me. No. All right, you'll die in hell.
No. I want to talk a little bit. I think another aspect of this that I like more than the first one is I love how like because they actually have an actual set this time. It's not on location. How much better all the set design and everything looks in comparison to the first one.
I
Like
fully
yeah.
agree. I go with
Yeah.
the whole movie looks better because it
Oh,
feels
yeah.
like an actual theatrical run film than a student handheld.
But there's an element of like, oh look, it's a student film. No, I'm good.
No, it has an element of that to it, but
Yeah,
the visual difference between the two can be seen.
Yeah.
no, like there's you could argue that like the more student quality makes it feel more viscerally real or something. But I appreciate like the set design a lot. I mean, I love how like the landscape itself is very ominous and creepy looking. Like the ground isn't like 100, like it's not flat. There's like it's almost like they're in a bowl. Like everything's rising above it. The shadows, yeah, it's in the
This might be more of an overarching point that I want to
Mm-hmm.
bring up, but I actually quite like. I mean, for me, there's a big difference from Evil Dead 1 to Evil Dead 2 because you're talking about like I guess just the obvious quality jump in I think
Mhm.
pretty much everything, and I would attribute even that even to the character work because I think the characters in Evil Dead 1 are very very plain, almost.
Yeah.
And they're there to be tortured. But I think in this one, by having it just be Ash as one half of the film and the other half being B plot and company, allows us to understand Ash as a character. Like we actually kind of go on the journey with him, and I think fundamentally that helps the character writing a lot for the film by dividing everything up before you bring everything together.
That's something I will touch on in the second act.
Yeah.
Because we're not there. We're not. I mean, we're a little bit there, but there's something I want to touch on, kind of going for. But it's like it's just like such a big step up, and I appreciate it's like. So this is if you just watch Evil Dead 1, I think we did mention there's like, there's some very interesting shots that you don't see in a lot of first-time filmmaker movies, a lot of Dutch angles and, very energetic camera work and that sort of thing. And, you can kind of get like, yeah, this guy's probably got maybe he blew his load or whatever, his wad. And, if he does another movie, it's just going to be more of the same. And in some ways, I think Evil Dead 2 is kind of like that. It is kind of more of the same, but it's more of the same and more of a professional level. So it's kind of like, so when this guy gets a budget, he can really do interesting, very well done stuff.
He got better at his craft too, probably.
Oh yeah, like there's a movie in between this and Evil Dead called Crime Wave, which is awful, but it's not awful. It's just okay. But so that they have a lot more experience than they did when making Evil Dead, obviously, and it really shows. It's like 10 notches above Evil Dead 1 in like every way. But yeah, I just love how the cabin looks. It's so much nicer than Evil Dead 1. And the set design and everything is just great on this.
Too bad there's no porch swing.
There's no porch swing. They didn't get the porch swing. Slammed against the wall and then it stops immediately.
Camera work was mentioned, and I think one that really stands out is the shot of him waking up in the puddle, and it does the spinning shot going up into the sky, pulling away from him.
Mm-hmm.
That looks pretty good. I imagine they used some sort of crane or I don't know how they did that shot because that was kind of a far distance from him for that.
I don't know if that got. I think that might have been covered in something I read. I'd have to recheck that.
Could have been one or two things. Could have been a crane shot, or it could have been a reverse shot of the camera actually going downwards.
Going down. Yeah.
I think it was like a reverse.
So, good shot. I like it.
Yeah. Also, credit to Bruce Campbell for holding his breath for that long.
Yeah, he was drowning in that puddle.
Yeah. I will say it's plot armor he didn't die on the way there.
Oh yeah.
That'll be. I actually was almost gonna. I gave up mind you, and that tells you how much plot armor I think there's in this film with Bruce Campbell. And
there's a hefty amount.
Yeah, and the demons wanting to toy with their food definitely helps, but there is still plenty of times where he should have died. That scene where we connect the first two films with him being spat off in the distance is definitely one where he should have died.
Well, you don't know at what point he got possessed, right? So the moment he hit the tree, he could have been possessed. So,
that's a great question. Did he actually die in that puddle? And the demon is what brought the life back, and then the sunlight got rid of the demon.
Well, then you would imply that the demon's a form of resurrection. Then, if Ash died,
I'm just
officially,
bubbles were coming out, and then they stopped.
You may never know.
Then it was possessed. I don't know.
Yeah. An issue I've had with this film, and maybe there'll be an answer
for
here.
Years,
forever, is why this cabin. Ash doesn't know these people. He somehow knows about this cabin.
Yeah, it's in my notes as well.
He knows it well enough to be like, he opens the curtain expecting a chainsaw, which means he knows the chainsaw is there, even though this is the first time, presumably, he's been here. So I don't really understand why this cabin, how he knows about this cabin, if he doesn't know the people.
I mean, like this. It's not really. This is kind of dating it, I guess, a little bit. But I think like back in like the 70s and 80s, like teenagers or whatever, they would always be, looking for like abandoned places or, they could just hang out at. So this might have just,
though.
Well, yeah,
presumably far from wherever they came from.
Yeah, I know what you're putting. I know what you're putting up, Crimson. I'm kind of in agreement in the sense of like I don't know how he knows about the cabin, like because this seems like a cabin it wouldn't be in like a brochure or like timeshare or whatever, and it's not really connected to anybody in his family either, so it's missing that as well. So yeah, I also have no idea why this cabin because he knows it's not his, and I don't even know how he found it in the first place.
I'm on both fronts of this, where a one line could have explained how he found this place, but I'm with Sinister that he probably just came across it some instance and now just frequents from time to time.
Yeah, I mean that's the implication is he just stumbled upon it and just remembered to come back.
Yeah, but nothing stated of his first instance.
Yeah, I know that's like I said, it's convenient that he did stumble upon it because it's in the middle of nowhere.
So
maybe he had a heartbreak before Linda and took a long drive.
Yeah.
Sinister, is there any canonized stories or anything out there of Ash's upbringing?
I mean that's all in like the TV show, and I can't really discuss that. I think.
Okay, but there is something.
Or Crimson will yell at me. Yeah, there is something. Yeah.
I do.
I don't think they really talk. I mean, they kind of mention the cabin a little bit, but not to a degree where like why he knows about it or anything. But there is like his backstory is brought up. Yeah.
Okay. I do like the reversed footage with the fog disappearing.
Yes.
To kind of insinuate that like the sunlight's chasing the demons away. And the natural fog or whatever is being chased away as well. I quite enjoyed that. It was nice.
I also appreciate the inclusion that Ash Williams is a classical pianist.
Yes. Interesting.
Who loses his hand.
Yeah. His arms don't really move when he's playing except for the final dawn. But
movie magic.
And that tune gets played later, obviously, for Linda to dance to. Wonderfully.
Yeah. I think throughout the film, that might be the worst lighting of the movie.
Oh, it's really like soap opera soft light?
No, just the pan around the piano to Linda dancing. Mm-hmm. The film grain is like turned up real high, and you can see the noise of it like moving around statically, but it's only in that shot.
I figured the worst lighting you would have thought was the mirror part. Because when he's sticking out of the mirror, he's no longer in the mirror, grabbing each other. It would imply that there's a light in between the two of them with the way it's lit. But obviously there is no light in between them.
I guess those are two just different instances of poor lighting.
Yeah. Way to go, Crimson. You threw that out there. That was two. There was just one. Now there's two. What are you doing? No.
They're multiplying.
I still go with the piano one because something was... I don't know if they didn't have enough lighting. Well, they do other shots and scenes in that room, so I don't know why that one was so like dim lit for them to raise it. I don't know if it's a camera issue or something, but yeah.
I mean, they did do reshoots, so it could have just been a. I don't know specifically which. I know they had to reshoot a bunch of stuff, which they ended up doing in Michigan. Most of this is in Wadesboro, North Carolina. But I don't know. I couldn't find specifics of which scenes had to get reshot.
None of them were talked about.
Not to any like they just like there was a couple that were mentioned, but it sounded like there was more than that. You know, nothing that was like specific. It was all kind of vague. Like, I think it was like early stuff, but I don't know.
Yeah, with Linda's room, I'm gonna bring up continuity error, which I think is the biggest issue with this movie for me. Is just continuity. There was nobody that paid attention to the continuity of this film. Items appear, disappear. Things move when they're not supposed to be moving. Obviously, Ash's appearance of blood, mud, whatever, is all over the place. One that I had a side-by-side comparison done for the visual side and possibly Instagram is Linda in the room before she gets snatched. There is a lamp right next to her. And then when Ash comes to check on her, there is no lamp either where it belongs or on the floor. There's no lamp anywhere in this room.
The demon took it.
Yeah. But the table and the photos are still on the wall and stuff. So just a continuity error with the lamp there.
To me, the biggest continuity error was the Kandarian demon dagger just appearing.
What spot?
On the table.
Yeah, it wasn't.
It wasn't there the entirety of the film.
Yeah, I don't remember it being by the book when Ash first sits down and like takes a look at it.
And when the whole room's laughing as well, the book isn't there when everything's laughing. You're saying the dagger's there, sister?
Well, it might be. It's there. Okay.
Throughout the entirety.
Assuming,
well,
depending on the scenes, I guess I don't know.
I don't. Where's the beginning? What's the end? That'll.
Yeah, I don't know if it's there the whole time, but I think it's
there.
I think it's there. I don't think it's there the entire time, but obviously it'll make it. It's there again when it's important or whatever.
Yeah.
And there's some other ones. I'll probably bring up another one in Act 2.
I'm surprised you didn't bring up. You missed one.
Oh, I mean, there's a lot of continuity. Which one are you thinking?
When he gets up from the piano, his shirt's tucked in. Then when he comes in, the shirt's untucked.
Didn't grab that one. Good one.
This used to be an issue. I actually, funny that I've been talking myself out of it for the past like 5-10 minutes.
No, go for it.
Yeah, I'll talk about it. It was an extremely fast sunset from driving out to the bridge and then driving back, and it's pitch black. The sun just kind of fucking disappears. I think I can give the film some leeway though, in the sense that we don't really know how far the cabin is from the bridge. We just know it's a hiking distance, and that's pretty vague.
Let's see. So the closest thing we get is the airfield, airport, wherever that Annie lands at. We hear Ed say that it's an hour to the cabin. So
Yes.
we don't know how close the airfield is to the bridge, to the point where they have to go on foot. But I imagine on this mountainous area, it's not that close to the bridge. So that'll probably be a good chunk of the hour there. But I think that's the most we really get for time.
Yeah. All my guess would be somewhere between my guess would be if I were to guess is fuck, I just repeated myself several times. Half an hour away from where the cabin is, and that would be my guess because it's the hikers need to walk there within a certain amount of time. Granted, we don't know how long Ash is losing his mind, but that would be my
The whole
guess.
movie.
Yeah.
But I'm sorry. The half hour's where?
Oh, it's a half-hour hike from the cabin.
Hike. Okay.
Yeah, from
From
the cabin to where
one end of the bridge to the cabin.
Yeah, I would assume it's half an hour to an hour. But in terms of driving distance, my guess was better than it initially was. Than before I started really thinking about it again. Which is the sunset was just too fast. If it's 50, I think 15 minutes is very reasonable for driving distances to make an attempt to get to the bridge. So, thereabouts 15 minutes, the sun goes down. I think that fits.
From the time Annie got off the plane to getting to the cabin is estimately about an hour and a half to 2 hours.
I mean, we have some variables there.
2 hours thing.
What was that, Crimson?
Where do you get the hour and a half to 2 hour estimate?
Ed said it's an hour drive, estimately, with traffic and whatnot, so that could be anywhere between 50 to 100, 1 hour and 10 minutes is what I'm giving it, with 10-minute leeway either side. They get there, the bridge is out, they have a conversation, and then have to hike, which writer's saying possibly a half hour, so then that's tacked on. That could be around the hour 45 bit, but then again, they're known of the trail. They know, well, no, Jake brings up the trail.
Yeah, Jake.
Still,
they have equipment and their bags and stuff.
True, but that's only slowing down Jake being in the back. Everyone else is walking pretty
Yeah,
fine.
but he knows the trail though. So they couldn't walk ahead of him.
I guess that is a little odd why Jake's in the back, but
well, probably
Bobby
they were
from
nearing the end. Yeah, Baba Joe.
Yeah, there's a lot of variables. We don't have anything. We have the hour estimate, but we don't know how that is compared to the bridge.
I can justify it in my head.
Is it 5 minutes from the bridge? Is it 30 minutes by car from the bridge? We don't have anything.
All we know is Ash and Linda crossing the bridge and how long that kind of took to get to the cabin. We don't have a specific because of cuts, but that could be maybe a 5 minute
from bridge to cabin.
Yeah,
we don't have anything for that. Well, inconclusive.
We do have. No, Ash does get in the car to drive back over the bridge. We don't have a time on that either.
We don't. Well, we also don't know how close,
We don't know how close the airfield is to the bridge to the cabin.
I mean, we do I mean, they say about an hour, but I was saying
from the airfield to the cabin by car.
Is Ash driving back from his side of the bridge to the cabin a continuous kind of time length where he crashes, comes out the window, and then runs back to the cabin?
We don't know how long his run is.
Yeah, we don't know.
Because it does cut from him running. So,
is it an issue that he uses the cellar to hide and get away, but the demon doesn't pursue him?
Well,
the demons didn't see him go down there.
Well, there's a demon already down there.
No, not to me.
Different issue. My issue is that he outran it.
No, yeah, I mean,
they kept up with the car.
Yeah,
so
that is an issue as well.
Yeah, that he was able to get into the cellar, unlock it, get in, and hide when it was right behind him.
I have a bit of an issue with the fact that he was in the cellar. Well, I guess the demons are not all knowing, which I'm fine with. I think that helps, but we know from future of the film that there's a presence down there already. So
And Ryder, that's why I said it. I think it's fine because Henrietta does not come out of that grave until she's talked about, which is just a convenience situation. But the demon doesn't take over Henrietta.
Yeah, that brings up a different issue with Henrietta I have later that we'll talk about. We'll get there.
Yeah.
We'll get
Henrietta's
there.
hand coming up to me was just as equivalent to the shovel being in the woods.
Into the woods.
Obviously, there was some pacing issues in regards to the chase scene.
Yeah.
There were several moments of the camera catching up to the
teleported
car,
back,
but
yeah.
then it goes backwards and happens with the running as well. So, but that's just technical problems with that.
Yeah, I mean
pacing
that's
there.
it's gonna happen.
I do appreciate the attempt at a POV shot of whatever the demon's amorphic form is, but I do think it is very obvious sometimes that it's in different places between shots and stuff like that.
I guess is a good point for me to point some questions. Is the demon visible?
To them, yes.
To them. Okay, so that's how Ash was able to identify, get back in the car, drive back to the cabin?
Yeah.
Because he could see the demon or an essence of it?
Yes.
Okay.
I think it's two-pronged. Because going off the show, which is after this, so it could be just a retro fix, there is a cloud depicted for this POV Kandarian shot. But there's also instances of them being invisible, like the chair bit, unless that was just the chair pretending, which it could be.
But then you have the element of like that maybe some like physical stuff can get
possessed items.
Yes, yeah.
Because everything laughing during the laughing shot, that's not seven
Well, that's him
arms
going
of the
crazy.
demon moving everything around, right?
We don't know the powers. And I doubt it would be limbs physically touching objects. It'd probably be a mental thing. Yeah. And I guess the thing going for the clouds is the fog retreating could be the demon essence as well in this. So it could be a wall of fog. It could be something else because we don't see the camera turn around at itself or anything.
We do see Ash reacting to it most of the time.
Yeah, so he can't see it. We just can't definitively say the form of it.
Yeah, the only instance where a character definitively doesn't see whatever form it takes, and the only benefit to the scene is that it's really, really dark, is when the guy is holding a gun. Like, he'd already knocked Ash to the ground. He's yelling out for... He's yelling out to his girlfriend's name, or his wife's name.
Bobby Joe!
Yeah. Because obviously the demon flies pretty much right at him / past him, so... Obviously, in that instance, that's the only instance where I can think of that you can't see it, despite having the POV shot where clearly something's supposed to be there. So it's fairly consistent, I suppose.
Well, and then the issue with that is that nothing happens to him.
That's true. It goes for Ash.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then my second question to it is the noise it emits, that hum or roar. Is that audible to audience only, or is that in-world noise? Because during that chase with Ash running back to the cabin, when it cuts back to Ash for his over-the-shoulder shots, there is no noise of it. It's only when through the point of view of the demon.
Well, it could be like us, where the person, the individual, can hear yourself breathing through your nose way more audibly than people outside of yourself. So that could just be an amplified sound that the demon hears of itself that the outside can't really hear.
Interesting take. Okay. Think of it as the demon breathing.
that was an example of like real world example of we can hear ourselves breathe if we focus on it, but you don't really hear people breathe unless they're really being loud about it. So that's how I kind of see it. What's that sound?
What could it be? Swallow your soul. Swallow your soul.
Or it could
Well, I
just
guess
be for the audience. I don't know.
Okay, I'll go with what I think. I think it's for the audience. Because it's
And
only
we
the point of view
know-
shots, and it's not outside of those.
An audience. If you're a long-time viewer, you know what Springs thinks about things for the audience.
They're for the audience.
Audience, I can't tell if what was just said there is them not giving answers.
No. That was just for the audience.
Because we know the audience went full loop with that one.
No. I mean, it's a difficult question because I don't really know. I mean, it could be both. I think it's something where, like, the characters probably have, but because they never outright say, like, "What's that noise?" or "What? Do you hear something?" That nothing really like that. But at the same time, they I don't feel like they would put in a movie just like a sound for just an audience reaction or something. I mean, it doesn't hurt, and I'm sure it has been done, but I think it's probably a mix of the two. It's probably amplified for an audience, but there probably is an aspect of sound to it for the characters.
All right. Is that a satisfying answer, Springs, before I move on to another point?
Well, do you agree with what Sinister said?
No, he doesn't. We're at odds here.
Or for you, Ryder?
No, I don't. Exactly.
I would lean towards it's for the audience because there's an instance of it playing in world where the characters don't hear it at all, and that's with, again, the guy screaming Papa Joe.
Papa Joe.
So that being said, with what Crimson brought up, with that it could be an internalized thing that can work, that works as an explanation, but I don't know if it would, like I said, because the characters don't react to it, so that works as an explanation. I'm not sure I want to attribute it though, so I'm kind of on the fence of it.
Can I ask permission? Can we change her name from Bobby Joe to Papa Joe, please?
I will refer to her as Papa Joe going forward.
That's. I'm not making fun of you, Ryder. That is just genuinely very funny.
Yeah,
it is funny.
Like I said, that's what she ended up being in my notes. So
Papa Joe.
Papa Joe was in your notes?
Yep.
I love it.
Yep.
All right.
Okay.
We had.
They should have done that.
Annie was B plot, and then we had
The Adventures of B plot.
Ryder,
Papa Joe.
Name every character.
Now?
I want to know your list.
No, just like yeah.
All right. Well, we have Ash. We have Annie. We have.
E plot.
Yeah, Do you want me to actually give out their names, or do you want me to actually give?
No, like what you wrote.
The names.
Yeah, what you wrote.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I just called Ash because that was easy to write.
Mm-hmm.
B plot was easy to write than Annie, and she was just B plot for the rest of the film. I wrote her down as Papa Joe because that's what I heard the first time. And then the two guys didn't get names because I never got them.
He's called them like that guy and that dude. Yeah, guy and dude.
I got away with it most of the time because I just called them. I just said B plot and company.
B plot and company. All right.
Like Oliver and Company. You should write
funny.
characters.
Yeah, I do. But yeah, you should legitimately ask me every movie what I wrote down for notes because it's rarely the character.
Okay.
Just imagine the cast crawl in the credits, and you go, "That's their names."
Where's Papa Joe?
Yeah, where?
Bold of me to assume I don't sit through the credits of things that are not Marvel movies.
That would be, you know what? They should have done that for this. Like they should have just like for the re-release, they should have just put like a a stinger or something in the end, like Ash Williams will return in Army of Darkness.
Ash starts punching himself. It's over.
Yeah. Yeah. It's finally over.
Why would you remind me of that movie?
Because you brought
That's a
up
good.
Papa. And what other Bruce Campbell has Papa? Pizza Papa.
Yeah, it's
Pizza Papa. Pizza
dug
Papa.
myself a hole with that one, I guess. All right.
No, you did.
I'm going to bring up something which is kind of in the gray due to how this film is. I didn't find Ash's I didn't find Ash's reaction to Linda coming to life as realistic, even in terms of this world.
How dare you?
At this point,
oh boy, this is what you said in Beetlejuice.
Not, it's a little different, but
it's a little different, okay?
It's a little different. In this, we don't have his friends, Scotty and the company, Shelley, them. We don't have them dying, so he's not desensitized to that. We just have Linda. She gets possessed and dies. This whole seeing her come back to life as this creature thing should be actually really shocking and scary. He just watches like it's a TV show.
Yeah, but
like I couldn't even describe it as shock. It was just he's walking.
Yeah, it's stop motion. It's freaking.
Yeah.
He's watching it frame by frame.
So he's not panicking. He's not shocked, at least in a convincing manner to me to be conveyed as shock.
I'll let you finish.
And that's it.
That was it.
I don't think it was well delivered. Actually,
I will agree with you slightly, but then when he like has like the wake up and he just freaks out, I think that's what you're looking for in that scene.
Oh, this is gonna be a difficult one because I think it's come up on the podcast before though. Crimson, you don't dream.
Mm-hmm.
So the thing about dreams. So the thing about dreams is that
was it a dream?
It was.
Yeah,
he wake up in the chair.
He explicitly wakes up in his chair. Yeah, it's a dream.
Crimson, do you think it was a dream?
I think it's 50-50, honestly. With the power set of the demons and stuff, I'm sure they could have just teleported him to the chair, knocked him out, and he woke up at the chair. Who knows? I don't.
But either way, like when the head falls off, he freaks the F out, though.
He does do that.
Yeah. So again, back to my point. The thing about dreams is that like nothing seems absurd to you in your dream usually. There is a point where
there are exceptions.
Yeah, there are exceptions to that. But typically, actually, this is going to be anecdotal, so take that with a grain of salt. I dream my teeth are falling out a lot in my dreams. I don't know why, but there's just something that happens in my dreams, and it never crosses my mind that it's absurd. I've seen, so there's a limit of to where, like, I guess, to what it can do, but typically in dreams, you find whatever situation however absurd it is, you tend to find far more acceptable. Unless you die or something
or fall
whatever adrenaline thing that something could happen to you directly. So it works as a reaction in this because it's not directly happening to him. It's just something odd. So the moment that he gets grabbed and he's jolted awake and he freaks out, that to me is the real quote unquote application of a waking up from a nightmare. So I find the reaction of him waking up to be very appropriate, and as that would be the reaction is like, oh, what the fuck did I just experience, kind of thing.
It's not even a dream though. It's some mental nonsense the demons are projecting.
Well, yeah, but even still, you wouldn't.
So it would be like, well, he didn't make that up, and then it actually happened. Then I would have real issues if he just dreamt that, and then it happened to be real that her head came off and stuff. That would have a real issue with that.
Oh, okay, I see what you're saying.
So this was a projected thing to his mind from the demons, if we're going with that route, which would mean Ash in this thing would be like a subconscious version of himself, which then
it's
would
a-
react to something foreign. Your teeth
it's-
falling out is your brain making that up. So you have the reaction to your own creation. This is a foreign creation in his mind. So you would think he would react to the foreign nonsense.
But
But he
Crimson,
doesn't
who's
know
not
it's
saying
foreign.
the demon is in his
He
unconscious
doesn't know
mind.
it's a dream. Say that again. Sorry.
How do we not know the demon is controlling his dreams?
Because that's not something he would just dream up and have be reality.
Oh, well, he just cut off his girlfriend's head. Kind of falls in line for me of what would be a dream about as a nightmare. But that's
That
just
she would
me.
come back to life, play with her head, and jump scare him at the window.
Hey,
Yeah, that does fall in the
I don't
dream
think
realm.
that would correlate.
That does fall
Anything's
into
possible
dream
in a
realm.
dream. She could turn into Arnold Schwarzenegger and drive a motorcycle
Well,
down
he's
the
already
bridge.
has the dead eyes,
That
right? When she
doesn't mean
attacks him,
anything.
Where's that movie?
she already has the dead eyes when she attacks him. So he already sees the dead part of her or whatever.
I want to know what
Crimson's
Crimson's dreaming about.
Nothing.
Yeah, nothing. I was always half joking when I said it, but it's true.
I know. I know.
I think what helps helps that the demon's controlling possible dream, if it is a dream, is that the demon's already possessed Ash and has already apparently been already been Ash. It's already in him and somehow. Which is a previous scene to this one.
Has been possessed.
I think in either situation, though, it's still a mental thing. It's not like he's physically there. And it's not like he knows he's there or he knows he's not there.
The thing that you were
I
getting
think
at,
that's more reason to get a genuine reaction out of him because he doesn't realize it.
But he does react. I don't like this. Like he doesn't react at all because when he realizes where he is, he reacts in the way that you want him to react in the dream. I don't know why it matters, or in the mental mindscape or whatever. I don't know why it matters that it has to happen there versus
it's still Ash.
at all.
I'm fine with him screaming at the chair. I don't have an issue with that at all.
But he wants the screaming in the chair to be a continuation from the screaming.
Crimson wants it
at
to
the
be
window.
a real life human scenario situation of real life.
So that's not what I said at the opening of this. But
no, I know.
I said even within the confines of this film's lighthearted nature, I would still expect something out of it. But we don't get an exaggerated reaction of any kind at the window of him watching. It's just watching TV.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Please? How many times has your girlfriend shown up with her head off and her body all decomposed?
I'll say 0 so far. That's a good,
so how do you know how you'd react in that situation?
Oh shoot!
Thanks.
Duh.
You got me with that one.
Crimson doesn't know if that reaction will be a dream or not.
What's real anymore?
That was good.
Are we doing a
That was
podcast?
That was good acting. Thank you, Crimson.
If it were real life Crimson, I think I would agree with you. But for me, it was explicitly a dream, so I take no issue with it.
But if we can't convince you, that's okay.
I'm not. Yeah. that would just be kind of
we've exhausted all avenues with this one.
That's just
Crimson, I'm on your side. I'm 50-50 on if it's a dream or not.
Hey, it's just like a dream.
There's no implication shown previously of Ash going to sleep somewhere.
Yeah.
The implication to me is he just dozed off and woke up. That was
But when and where?
That's what implied to me. What do you mean when and where? He woke up in the chair.
Yeah, that's the waking up bit. When was the falling asleep bit?
We don't need to.
Doesn't he go in the chair after he?
That. It's inferred that he just went to sleep after escaping.
Which is me leaning the other 50 of Crimson's point.
All right.
I don't know. I fall asleep a lot and don't remember falling asleep.
But do you do that after killing your girlfriend?
Especially I would probably especially do it after a very emotionally, physically exhausting. Tucker. Yeah, it's hard work, chopping people up. Okay, that's what everybody says.
I will go into that. Something that was odd to me is he chops her head off, and then buries her with that small shovel. It's not a full size shovel. It's like a little trowel kind of thing, digs down a grave, buries her, makes a makeshift cross. That takes a good amount of time, and the demons just fiddle farting around in the background.
I mean, that's the issue with like this whole movie is why doesn't Ash get possessed constantly?
Why doesn't Ash get possessed constantly? Why is he still alive? I do think they do the transition of time fairly well because like there's a shot of where he's putting her in the grave, and then we kind of fade cut to like with the moon up behind him, implying that's a lot of time has passed.
Yeah, it's quick. It's quick cuts.
You know, she was Jewish, right? I wish she would have said something before I made that dumb cross.
Nice reference
Thank you.
to the TV show.
They got there, didn't they?
Yeah. Both of these
Okay.
guys have seen that, but
Okay.
I don't remember.
I think that was like episode 3,
No, it was like episode 2, wasn't it?
2.
Yeah, I think it was episode 2.
Yeah, we saw. I think I saw 5 episodes of the show. I think in total.
There, we all got
Sounds
numbers.
about right. Ba-da-bow.
All right, I'll go to something that I think was a very movie moment situation. Is when Ash hugs Linda after playing the piano, and she goes, "Ow!" and the camera goes to her looking glass.
Look, we have this important item that will be relevant.
Yeah. What the heck did he do to hurt her?
No,
It
was
pinched her
just really-
skin through the shirt. Don't you understand?
It pinched her nipple.
her center one.
It wasn't lined up.
What is she, the Total
She's
Recall
got
lady?
3.
What's going on here? 3-breasted woman. Super boob.
I agree. Bit choppy in the execution. with
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, it was very. Look, this is important. When will it
They
be
will come
important?
into play
At
later.
the end of the movie, randomly.
It's not nearly as important as it was in the first movie.
That is very
Also-
true.
You can tell it helps that it's dark in that room, but you can tell that ADR work is being done. But the cuts and over the shoulders very much help.
Yeah, there's a few times where it was very obvious ADR.
Work shed.
That's great. That was such a funny line.
At least they actually like lined it up correctly. Most of the time they don't. It's like
He's
very obvious
freaking out in
ADR.
the room, screaming, yelling.
Work shed. Whoa!
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's at the time.
I don't know on that one. I don't
No,
know
it
why
is.
they actually had him vocalize work shed instead of
The
just them
delivery
running
of
to
just
the shed.
a plain line.
Yeah,
It's
you
so
like it
funny.
though. It stuck with you. Yeah, it works.
It's thick. I'll get into that. It's stuck.
You can't art if it works. You can't if it's funny. It fits. It's in.
It's interesting to me. Subjective plus. It's funny. Objective down. It doesn't work like that.
Come on.
Um,
It's ADR. It's never perfect.
I-
Even when it's like supposed to be.
I think one of you guys in the original brought up the mirror as a
Me.
yes.
That guy.
Yeah.
Would be me. The mirror
guy
didn't
right over
work
there.
in the first movie.
Yeah, I think I figured out why. Why you brought up the mirror in the first film? Because the mirror scene in this is actually really nice. I quite liked it.
It's a lot better.
Yeah.
Even though Crimson pointed out a lighting issue, but a lot better.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I do very much like the mirror scene in this one. It's very very good.
I think
You
it
know,
also
though-
helps that. Essentially, what would you say? 60% of that mirror scene, it's not a mirror; it's a hole in
Yeah.
the wall.
Yeah, that's his stunt double for most of it.
Yeah, over the shoulder shot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That guy was a stunt double for 15 years. Can you imagine?
15 whole
I just did.
Yeah.
Blink of an eye. Boom.
Pretty
Proud of
awesome.
it. Yeah, I think something they did way better with this mirror opposed to the first one was the first one had no reason for him to just touch the mirror, which was my issue with it. This one, he has reason to look in the mirror because he's losing his freaking mind. And then he pulls himself in the mirror and then he touches it after.
See,
after
though,
that. So
you know what
that
my problem is,
all
though?
lines up.
It has a different problem now.
Okay.
He touches it and he doesn't freak the F out.
Well, it's,
If
it's a dream. It didn't happen.
If he touches, I mean, he touches the one and it's water, and you freak
Did
out
he
or
wake
whatever.
up from this one?
Daydreaming.
Dangerous.
Well,
That's a thing I hear.
it's a good play with the camera work for the audience perspective of what's going on, but I'd like to see Ash's eyes of him being choked out by a mirror version to then noticing he's being choked out himself. Did the mirror
I
version
will
just
say-
vanish?
That's it's nothing related to do with it entirely, but they repurposed an idea that was for later. They kind of meshed a bunch of stuff for this like middle part. So one of the original ideas they had was that they wanted to have a scene where you thought that the Ed character was choking Ash, and then you find out that it was him choking himself. And so they instead of like doing that, they repurposed it for this kind of going crazy scene, which I think it works a lot better.
I was about to say, just based off that, without seeing it, that what we got sounds better.
Yeah,
Yeah.
100%.
I agree. Adds a lot more of the psychological factor to what's going
Oh,
on.
I love this. The whole him going crazy alone is probably some of my favorite stuff in this whole movie.
I was gonna say, is the implication that because it's the hand that he reaches, so with the hand that gets possessed and everything, is that because he reached out and touched the chair with that hand?
No, it's he got bit.
That was Linda.
Linda
Bit
bit him.
He got bit by a skater.
Okay.
Skeeter bit him.
I was curious whether it was because of Linda or it was because that was the hand that reached out and like touched the empty chair when it was rocking.
No,
That'd be
something for
the corruptions
was-
from the tooth marks.
Okay.
Yeah, for the rocking chair, I don't know why he didn't poke it with a gun. He has a gun in his hand and uses his hand.
I do like that he finds the shotgun and he has the chainsaw and he kind of measures them together and then decides on the shotgun.
Yep, I agree. He hasn't realized they're both iconic to his character going forward.
Yeah, he's like, shotgun. The boomstick, sorry.
Yeah, there you go. I was like, how'd you miss that?
Boomstick when it gets sawed off.
This is my boomstick.
It's still a shotgun. It hasn't transformed yet into a sod.
It hasn't, into a sawed off. Why would you? This is a question for why? What's the big difference between a sawed off and a regular? Like, aren't you kind of losing more by doing a sawed off than if you
makes
just
it much
leave it?
more impactful close range. You're losing range when you do that.
Okay.
Is the difference.
Yeah.
Because the longer your barrel, the more the rifling will stay together as it travels. So like a normal shotgun, it would go like it would increase the range of what the shells the range of the shells. So sawing it off means it's up close and personal pretty much.
Okay.
Damage up, accuracy down.
There we go. Thank you. Don't think I really have anything else to touch on in this first part.
Yeah, I was just about to ask, how's everyone's Act 1 looking?
I still got a couple more stuff.
Okay, you shall go next.
Crimson, your continuity stuff with the just a lot of things happening of blood and everything. They did a really good job with the makeup on the stunt and the mirror Ash. But there is a part where after his hand touches his face, the blood on his neck is fainter. And I think that's the only difference I noticed.
For the mirror part in particular.
Yeah. The stunt double and Bruce Campbell both had like very well lined up mirrored injuries. And I thought that was really well done.
And movements that all look pretty darn solid.
Very smooth.
I wonder how many takes they did for that.
I don't know.
No way that was the first.
No way it was the first take.
There's a lot of multiple takes for the Bruce Campbell solo stuff. I don't know how many, like hours worth.
Yeah, but I thought that was good on them. Let's see. At timestamp 1 minute and 48 seconds, when Ash is driving out of the tunnel, why is he driving on the wrong lane?
Because he's a cowboy. I have no idea.
On a steel horse he rides.
Is there a lane?
There's a yellow line in the middle, and he's coming out on the left side, and then goes into the right lane coming out of the tunnel.
He's a free-spirited person. He broke into some random person's cabin in the
He's
middle
also
of nowhere.
driving in the middle of the road, and then he moves over to the right-hand side.
My legitimate assumption is just to read that as he's, he's trying to be cool.
Okay.
It's weird. I really
he owns the road.
Yeah, I don't really have anything to read on that. It's weird, sure.
Not a busy road.
Yeah.
Going in
There's
the
not
middle
even
of nowhere.
two guys on the side of the road this time.
Not this time.
Waving.
Let's see. The glass breaking at 5 minutes and 29 seconds when it goes after Linda breaks before entering the window.
Yeah.
So it wasn't the, I guess, face of what we're seeing of the point of view shot of the demon breaking the window. It's something, possibly its invisible hands or something. Something in front of it broke the window.
Yeah, that's just bad timing for the shot. I would reckon.
Well, probably they had something, and I'm not going to say probably. They definitely had something because I know why it does that. Because you can't, cameras are expensive.
Yeah,
so you
they could
can't,
just
you
shove
can't
a camera through a window.
Yeah. So I think I don't know if they had what they call a Ramo cam. So they had stuff on the side of it, and they probably just didn't measure it correctly so that it was, or they probably couldn't do it in the way that would endanger the camera. So there's a little bit of a timing error there.
Do you think that was a one take, or do you think that was sugar glass?
They probably did.
Yeah, it probably wasn't a lot of takes.
Yeah, because that you have to reset it, and it would probably
clean up the room and do all that.
Yeah, they probably did a few, but I think a lot of these are probably. The only one that I know they did as few takes as possible was in the second act. There's a part that they did because they really couldn't do that many. But I'll save that for later. But all the rest of these I don't know.
I think this window was just a timing error because when we get the shot of the demon going through the car window, that's way closer to the camera.
Yeah, it's a lot better.
So I think it was just a timing issue, and it wasn't large enough for them to redo it potentially.
Yeah, because they're trying to get through this first 15 minutes.
Yeah. I mean, it's not horrible.
No. I can see it being. Yeah, it does kind of like if you're really watching it, it's pretty obvious. It's not necessarily weak. That's what I'll say. It doesn't need to be that weak. It could be better.
Go ahead, Ritter.
I got 2 notes left, so I may as well get one out now before you continue on, Springs. I quite like the reaction to the hand being evil, and he beats it against the ground. This could be considered very cheesy, but this is kind of like the benefit of having an actor like Bruce Campbell, and I guess the line delivery is kind of what carries the campiness about him wanting to get his hand back. Because it's something that
he's a classical piano player.
Because that's something that I don't think would work in a lot of other forms of this genre. So
Bruce Campbell.
Once again, carrying the script for sure in that one, begging to get his hand back. So there's one of my points.
Give me back my hand.
My hand. Give me back my hand.
Thanks.
Yeah, just a lot of Bruce Campbell playing with props. Just
loves it.
Going crazy in an empty room.
Yeah.
Let's see. Sorry, I had a whole page of notes written down for the first 10 minutes of this movie.
And did we go through a good chunk of that?
We're about halfway through. So Linda screams and glass shatters, and Ash is out in the other room listening to the tapes, listening to the tapes while trying to get champagne. When he runs back into the room, he has the champagne in his hand. I think that was just to context clues of like her screaming and like something happened, but coming in remembering like, oh yeah, the champagne. To me, in my notes, I thought that was like a really Fred Jones move.
A Fred
I don't know.
Jones.
I found it funny. Just something like there's dire, like, you know, Daphne's screaming or whatever, and Fred comes prepared with what was talked about calmly beforehand.
Yeah, I suppose. I think for me, I guess the way I interpreted it is just because it was a full wine bottle, he could hit something with it.
Maybe.
Oh, as a weapon.
Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, I think that's funny. I didn't catch the that was pretty funny.
Sister, question for you. Do you
Mhm.
know, I don't know if you have this tallied or noted, do you know how many close-up eyeball shots Sam Raimi has in this movie?
You know
The
what?
staple of a Raimi movie.
More
You
than
know, yeah, I off the top of my head, not sure, but I do know for a fact that the flying eyeball that was in the script, and that was always going to be in the movie.
2 in every version.
Fly
of the-
into
Every
her mouth.
yes,
Her
yeah,
dead mother's eyeball
yeah.
flying into it. Oof.
they not that wasn't yeah. Technically not her grandmother's, but somebody's grandmother's eyeball.
Yeah. It wasn't Papa
Yeah,
Joe's.
Papa Joe. Yeah, no. But yeah, so that was they always intended for that to be in the movie, and they just took the DP Don Fleming to figure out how they were actually gonna do it.
I had that when Ash is possessed out of the puddle, he's unscathed from like branches or injuries. But then knowing kind of how when a demon possesses someone, their injuries kind of heal. I mean, when Henrietta's eye pops out, her eye's gone, but then when she's like normal Henrietta, like talking, like trying to escape the cellar, she's totally fine looking, like she's not missing an eye.
Yeah,
So like
it's
Ash
a
coming out of the
little
puddle,
odd
he's not
how-
covered in blood or scraped or anything when he's possessed.
Yeah.
So okay.
I chopped that more as like a continuity error than in world
Okay.
solution. Because like Henrietta projecting herself as normal, do you think it actually changed form, or that was a projection to everyone's
I don't
mind?
know. I think that was changing forms because the same thing happened with Linda's head.
Well, yeah,
Well,
but
it's obviously not
is
gonna.
It could,
Yeah.
yeah, it could be.
is
both.
it psychological or a physical change?
Oh, I always thought it was physical, but it could be psychological.
Like getting into the viewer's minds and then showing that.
Yeah, because we don't really see a morph between the two. It's just an instant cut to the next, which would work
Yeah.
more with the psychological. Good
And if we're
point.
going with the dream angle, they definitely have the ability to go into someone's mind, play around.
Has the puddle drastically moved closer to the cabin upon Ash being unpossessed? Because he gets thrown, you know, out the front door,
Very
spinning
stylized.
and hits the tree and falls. But when he's looking around and the camera does that 360 pan around, the cabin's like right next to him.
Yeah.
Unless there's a cut between showing the cabin further along and then closer, like that's not actually the distance of the camera spin.
Yeah, I had that down as well. I don't know how he ended up out there. Well, I mean, like I assumed he was a lot farther away. By the way, it was shot.
Yeah, I think it's just inconsistent. Because yeah, he got chucked far with that
Chucked.
crazy camera.
Yeah.
Oh.
Unless that's
Yeah.
all in his mind of like what it felt like, when really it was, you know, 10 feet.
It's really into theory crafting there. I don't see anything in there for that.
Okay.
So I'll just go with continuity again. Inconsistent on where the puddle is in relation to the cabin.
This one I'll go to Sinister for a question. When Ash is looking at the cabin and blue eyes highlight the cabin.
Oh, how did I
Those
not
big blue
mention
eyes.
that?
Is that the demon or is that Professor Nobi?
That says join
Um,
us, which is what
yeah.
the
It
demons say.
does, but the professor comes back as blue.
It's
Yeah,
not
but
the
it's
same
not
eyes though.
No. Yeah, I think that's the demon.
Okay. And is that physical presence of the demon or is that in Ash's head? Like, do you think?
Might be I don't know. It's hard because
It's
only Ash.
daytime.
Yeah. Daytime, only Ash sees it. There's nobody else around, so it's kind of hard to. And it's already out of it. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, that's a tough one. I'm not quite sure where I would land on that.
Okay.
I
I'm
guess it would be
leaning head.
physical. Yeah, or head. Yeah, head's probably better.
Because it's daytime. We're established the demons don't like daytime. We are starting to establish that they have some sort of psychological pull. So I'm leaning head.
Okay.
You always lean head.
Sinister, you brought up how you really like the dating of the stop motion and effects and miniatures. At 11 minutes and 33 seconds, when the bridge is out and Ash is on the other side screaming and it shows like both sides of the bridge, is that Ash a green screened miniature Bruce Campbell or is that a stop motion Bruce Campbell because of the frame rate?
Well, it's not green screen. It's actually blue screen.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. Before green screen, that was the blue screen. That's a superimposed, and that's a matte painting. Pretty sure. So yeah, that's not. He's not actually there, but they just cut him into it. So that's a little movie magic for you.
Okay, I was just curious which of the two that one was.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's miniature somewhat, but yeah, it's a matte painting, I think.
Okay. At 12 minutes 53 seconds, if you look to the lower right when the camera is chasing Ash in the car, you can see the shadow of the rigging.
Yeah, it's kind of similar to the first movie where you could see the camera hit the branch in the car pulling up.
13 minutes 32 seconds, when the demon's chasing Ash through the cabin, it's breaking down all the doors and chasing Ash. But the one in going to the living room, it goes around. How nice of the demon.
Yeah. It's
Very
got manners,
nice.
okay?
It's because of that allowed Ash to hide, right? The demon to slow down and go around a door rather than breaking through it.
But yeah.
Yeah.
I think so.
They knew what they were
Essentially.
doing.
And in the scene where Ash disappears, if you look at the floor, you can kind of see a faint light appear and disappear, and that's the door around the corner opening that he goes into and closes.
Oh. Detail. When the demon leaves the cabin, is it running backwards?
Running in
That's
air
fun to
quotes,
think
we don't
about.
really know what it is.
It's just the point of view
if it's a
shot is
fog,
being pulled away from the cabin. But those have kind of been set as the eyes of the demon.
we don't know the limits. We don't know if the demon has a 360 view, kind of like a fly, or if it's literally what we're looking at. Sure, it's running backwards. I don't know.
It's just funny to think about that it's floating backwards.
Okay.
Gotta keep an eye on that cabin.
There's a self-playing piano. I haven't seen one of those since 1966. That's a reference for two people out there. I think the music being played on the piano, like the choice the demon chooses, is the first start of Ash being toyed with because it's supposed to be emotional and connected to Linda. I think that's the first
song
instance
he
where
was playing.
it's not actually trying to attack him.
Yeah.
Or quote unquote Green Goblin attacking his heart. Which, as we know, Sam Raimi did that too. So question for Sinister. How come Linda's body's decomposed but not her head?
Unfortunately, I have no insider knowledge to facilitate an answer to that would be 100% accurate.
With how demons look when they're decomposed, I was just weird that she decomposed at all, considering it only been like
30 minutes.
30 minutes to an hour.
30 minutes?
Well, roughly.
Yeah.
From the burial to watching, who knows?
Yeah. I would guess
Actually,
30
there was
minutes.
a clock.
Yeah, I would guess 30 minutes to an hour, but we don't know. But also, the way demons possess people changes the way they look and makes them look far more decrepit. So I wouldn't be too surprised.
You can't trust that clock. It's from the first one, okay?
I was actively looking at it this time around, and it was pretty accurate. Kept up with
Hang on. I'm sorry. I'm shocked by the 30 minutes. Linda got buried the night. Ash was in the cabin, got thrown out, possessed. Daylight broke out, and it was a whole day. And then that night,
whatever. I just threw that out there. Even a day.
Okay,
it's ridiculous.
30 minutes.
Sorry,
you really got me.
The time earlier about the 2 hour.
Good ones, Franks.
Sorry, it just. That was a fast day. Okay.
That's not a day's worth of decomp. Any more you feel like you have to say in this act, Sprix?
You want me to skip them?
Move on. I don't know. I'm asking you.
I got about a paragraph-ish left. The cabin's pretty soundproof. Not to hear a rev chainsaw behind a door. It's shown that demons have black ink compared to red, which I'll touch on later because there's 4 instances of blood colors, which I'm curious about Sinister's approach on with that. The red-blooded light bulb I don't think would illuminate red light to the entirety of the room since it didn't cover the entirety of the light bulb. I guess the only one I'll really touch on here that's the big left is how come the blood on Ash's, the demon blood that Linda bit him with, didn't travel up the rest of Ash's whole body and stopped at his wrist?
Best answer I have is the toying thing we've been going with.
Okay, could the demon have the power, if it chose to take the rest of the arm?
I'd imagine, because
considering it just possesses him later.
Yeah. I mean, look at Ed. He gets thrown into a wall and then he just turns instantly. So.
Yeah. But it's kind of like the first movie with
her ankle.
The ankle and the black blood like spread on that.
Yeah. But that's not canon here. Kind of.
Canon.
A little bit. Depending on the approach you look at it.
And Sinister, why do you think it stopped?
The spread.
The spread just to the hand, and not up the whole arm or body, or.
Because it came from a specific. It probably would have kept going, but it probably could only really, while he was aware. It's probably while he was not aware of it. So then once he kind of, he had to fight to it. Because it does seem to happen when somebody's either unconscious or in a weakened emotional state. He was almost both, basically, at that point. So probably once he was aware of it, it probably had to slow down, but it probably would have kept going if he hadn't have lopped it off at the wrist, shall we say?
Okay. I guess with that concludes my notes on Act 1.
All right, is everyone good to move to Act 2?
That reminded me, we didn't talk about the great pun in this act.
Crimson, that would be a no. What's the great pun, Sinister?
Wait, hold on. I had to double check. Never mind. It's on this act. We can keep going.
All right, on to Act 2, if Ryder's all right with that.
I'm awesome. Ready to go. Yeah.
Sweet. All right. Annie paying to cross the bridge to when Jake takes the pages of the Necronomicon. So look for Papa Joe. Papa Joe, shoot.
Papa Joe.
I caught myself a little late.
Gotta say it like a writer says it.
Papa Joe.
Papa Joe.
We shall start with Sinister.
Me?
Little old you.
Little old me? I love the physical comedy of the hand fighting Ash.
I love it too. If I were to be very nitpicky, it needs to control more than the hand in order to actually do all the motions it's doing. But I still like the physical comedy.
And that was all practical.
I believe
You
it.
don't say.
He actually hit himself with real plates.
Yeah,
Real
those
plates?
were real.
No, I don't know.
Probably not.
I'm like, I
No.
think those are
They're-
breakaway.
But he flipped himself over, all
Oh.
that stuff.
You know what? That just reminded me. There's another. I'm sorry. I know a little bit more history. I forgot to share. I've seen an episode of Impractical Jokers that had Bruce Campbell for an Evil Dead like episode. I've seen that.
I've also seen that, and it really looked like he did not want to be there.
It just reminded me of like Q picking up a plate and it was a real plate.
That is true.
This
I guess
is true.
on this scene in the kitchen,
Scene.
another
Moment.
continuity error, the one I hinted at earlier that I have a visual for the visual side, and possibly Instagram as mentioned, is when he's on the ground, we get a shot of a bag of chips next to his head. And then it cuts, and the bag is far away from him, and there's a plate there instead. Almost inconsistency with the debris.
Sam, what are you doing?
Yeah,
I know it's a
He should've-
huge problem.
Why'd they even release
it
this
breaks
movie?
The world, man. I don't know why.
It truly does. Is the bag possessed and it just moved away? I don't understand.
Sounded like such a selling critic right there.
Absolutely. If you want
Listen,
more, why?
You don't know. The hand maybe needed to stop and eat on the way to get their butcher's knife. It needed the energy.
Well,
Are
the
we
hand does
supposed-
emit noise, so it's got some kind of vocal. So maybe it does eat.
I was
Are
gonna
we
bring that up.
supposed to believe that the entire house is possessed or something? I mean, what's the deal here?
Why is there no drawers or doors to the kitchen cabinets?
Drawers or
Why?
doors?
This is more like Monster House to me.
Yeah.
But,
Evil Dead 2, more like Evil Dead Poo, am I right?
Bingo. Brinks, I'm glad you bring
Resident
that
Evil
up.
4.
It's two things. It can make sound, and it can see the knife,
You can't.
and it can't
can
see it through Ash's eyes because
It can see the cleaver and pull itself there. If this is the demon having, the 360 view thing you said, then maybe it's the demon just being able to see. But if it's the hand itself as its own entity, no.
They should have just put some googly eyes on it.
Oh, everyone all wants it. Just
Yeah,
there you go.
yeah, just put some googly on it. It can see. Look, or if it had, what is that?
That's a cut.
Writer,
Ash being like, "Give me my hand back," and the hand slowly turns around with googly eyes.
And it
it
pinches and
opens
starts
its mouth.
talking
Yeah,
with the hand.
we're not doing that.
No,
Different
I
than
don't
Ashy
think-
Slashy, right?
Yeah, a little
that
different.
is different. Yeah.
Hey, you
I
can
don't
get
know
there.
if it's really an issue because we don't know the powers, but it is interesting to note, anyways.
I'm fine. Writer, what's that anime? It's like a Parasite or something where the guy's hand has like eyes or
the
whatever.
anime called Parasite. Yeah, it's very.
Yeah, okay. I wasn't sure if it was that on the nose.
Yeah, no, it was. There's actually there's a live action version of it too that wasn't terrible.
Oh, nice. Yeah, that's what I was thinking of with the hand with eyeballs.
That's fair.
Not because to be confused with the movie Parasite,
Yeah.
No.
South Korean film.
Yes, which has nothing to do with hands and eyeballs. I'm pretty sure. But
the only benefit I can think of to kind of explain that away, Crimson, is that the hand / Bruce Campbell saw the knife before he got knocked the fuck out.
Oh, it's muscle memory.
Yeah, that is some. Well, no,
I guess that would be.
No, he saw it before.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
Bruce Campbell saw it before he was knocked out, so therefore the hand knows it's there.
Yeah.
That's the only.
I guess that would be the workaround.
That would be the only workaround I could think of for that.
Also,
And the hand just has spatial awareness to know
Yeah.
where it is.
I don't know if we talked about it too much in the original Evil Dead 1, but Sam Raimi really likes to torture his actor.
I think that was brought up.
I think that was
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
Ryder brought it up how Benedict
Oh.
got signed on for a second movie and just
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And Toby was hanging upside down and
Yeah.
for a while there and getting
And
drowning.
as far as I'm aware, it didn't have it was mostly just Bruce Campbell getting punished in this one. I don't think he messed with any of the other people too much, with probably a few exceptions. But
it formed a very deep friendship.
yeah. And supposedly, if Bruce Campbell ever complained or anything, Sam Raimi would call him a big baby and make him do it again.
what a friendship.
Take two.
Yeah. All right, calm down, you big baby.
I
Something
think.
I
Oh,
want to
never
hear
mind.
Sprinks talk about is
Wow, good
whatever he's
segue.
going to talk about.
I think the effect at 28 minutes and 52 seconds of the sink faucet hitting the bottom
Yeah.
of the sink and being able to see that with, of course, just being glassed over and then the camera lens through it. Great effect.
The
Good
glass. Yeah.
I agree.
You don't see that very often anymore. Those kind of see-through water effects.
I suppose not. That's the last one I saw.
Because then they got CGI. They can just make the water.
It's a lost art form, as is what you're saying.
the lost art of the glass bottom.
I guess
The
kind of
thing I was
for
going
when,
to hear Ryder talk about is right now.
Okay, sorry. Mine'll be quick.
You're just
I
really
like
good
that,
at planning.
yeah, I like that B plot and company when they're like paying to find their way to the hike in the forest to kind of get the woods. I like how that B plot kind of plays a trick on them. Like they only think she's bringing a purse. I quite enjoyed that little visual humor because we would know from the beginning that she has like luggage because she brought enough stuff to stay for a while.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can see it offloaded from the plane.
Yeah. I mentioned again when I was trying to consolidate my facts and whatnot. I have a theory. I'm not 100% sure on this. I couldn't find any solid facts for it. So this is just my opinion. But I feel confident enough that I'm going to say it right now, whether I'm wrong or not. So comments, get ready. Pretty sure Ed was supposed to be a Scotty. He was going to be the second to last man standing. But the guy who plays Jake, Dan Hicks, they liked him so much that he became Scotty instead.
Oh. Really sidelined Ed because he didn't really do anything.
Wait, can I do this now, Crimson?
Yeah, why not?
Can Ed be a cuttable character?
Oh, what a question!
Is Ed removable?
Is Ed removable? This is the moment. Put on the music.
Sinister's pitching in on the removable character list. I think he is.
I think he might be.
I don't think he has an impact on the characters. No one really talks to him in a pivotal manner.
Annie knows where the cabin is. She could have drive herself.
The only things that would need to be edited in my head is someone needs to comfort B plot when she's listening to her dad talk about how he's about to die, and he realizes that her parents are dead, or they realize that their parents are dead if they're related. And
is that required though?
Give it to Ash.
Kinda.
I don't think that's required.
Well, no, I'm saying no. Like I'm saying that's the only thing she does. That's one of the few things he does. Like, I would give it to Ash. I would give it to Ash, but she would need that comfort, and we'd have to rework a couple scenes prior to that.
Well, like the scene of him eating Papa Joe's hair doesn't need to happen. He doesn't kill anybody.
Yeah, he's not really
We just see
effect on anything.
Actually, Ash
Ash just
eviscerates
kills-
him and he vanishes. There's no remains of Ed.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
I think the only because the beginning part I think we can just fix entirely. Like she could just be telling like on the phone, and then we can get a shot of like the papers in like their frame or whatever. Like she's talking about having found it on the phone. She's heading out to the cabin right now, stuff like that. So that's how he could be replaced completely. There.
It would strengthen a father-daughter relationship if he's not there. Because then the backstory just shows the two of them.
Yeah.
And the mom.
And
But yeah.
And the mom. So yeah,
I
just
don't
have
know why
family.
I think
I don't know why
so, yeah,
she's
the
there.
only thing that I would want to actively, that would be the more difficult fix, is I think someone comforting B plot, because Ash is currently stuck inside the cellar at that point. That being said, it's not a large enough change, so I think I'm okay to say that is removable.
Yeah. Oh my.
Is everyone in agreement? Is that removable?
I think
Ed,
so.
I think the talented
think
Mr.
so.
Ed is gone.
What's the most impactful line he says?
Uh,
And
Did
I'm
your
not
father work on the?
counting
wait.
not counting the demon talking.
I'm sure he said
It's about
something
an
at the
hour away.
bridge.
Like I said, the only thing that he really does for me that was important for his character was comforting B plot, and that's not really relevant to him. That's relevant to her.
No. I mean, he is a pretty cool looking dead. I will give him that. It's a pretty interesting look.
That's true. But Henriette is also
Yeah.
there to express
Yeah,
the
exactly.
voice. You don't need both
Yeah.
of them.
No, it's true.
Actually,
Yeah,
removing him
I
would
think-
probably fix the plot of why they could just possess somebody outside the cellar at random.
Oh, we got a
No.
plus side.
We got a pro, and we have very few cons. Or very
Ed's out
light
of here.
cons.
Ed
Ed
turning all
is
those
out of the list.
Twilight people, you know.
Yeah.
And add him to the-
The Russian
Yeah,
brothers.
oh no.
gotta. So we gotta remake that art piece from Crimson.
Constantly being updated. The thing I was going to bring up earlier was the guy who played Jake.
Dan Hick.
Wasn't. Yeah, he was in Spider-Man 2.
Yeah, he was.
Didn't know. I looked at what he's been in, and I saw that. Like, okay, I have to look this up. I don't remember him at all, and I'm good with faces. He
The guy
doesn't
on the
really look
train?
like himself. He's the guy on the train. Yeah,
Wow.
doesn't look like him at all.
He
But,
also,
he's there.
unfortunately, died 4 years ago, stage 4 cancer.
Oh, wait,
Damn.
bring that down. Is that why he's not in the game?
That's why he's not in the game.
Because they
Yeah,
got
he died in,
all the actors.
yeah, they got pretty much everybody else. Yeah. Yeah.
Sad note there, Sinister.
I know. Sorry.
Uh,
He was also in a movie that Sam Raimi was in, that he acted in I think 2 years after this came out. Intruder.
Sweet.
I've not seen that one.
Me neither. Yeah, but Sam Raimi is really great about like anybody that he's friends with, like who was in one of his first movies, eventually ends up in like a Spider-Man or something else down the line. Pretty, a little bit
Was
parts
Ted?
everywhere.
Oh, never mind. What am I
Oh
talking
yeah,
about?
Ted is.
Ted
Yeah,
Spider-Man.
Ted.
What am
Yeah, Ted's. Get out of here. Okay.
I got it. Doc Ock. That's good, sir.
Yeah.
So Ash stabs his hand with a knife,
Mhm.
and black blood comes out, demon
Mhm.
blood. But when he cuts it off with a chainsaw, red blood spreads across his face.
That's Ash blood right there.
That's he went
Yeah.
a little bit too far. He probably could have saved some of his wrists. I'm glad that got
Went
a
too
reaction
far.
out of you.
So lots and lots of Ash blood to the point where it's questionable of his living.
he is now
You
bled
guy-
out. He is dead again. There we go.
He is dead again. Dead by dawn.
Well, and then the hand. Well, I guess the hand gets shot in the wall, and magic blood just spews
well,
out and it turns black.
No,
And then
see,
you
that's
get
a great
back.
trick. Great trick.
Yeah.
When he shot the hand in the wall and red blood came out, I went, that's not the hand. We saw earlier that the hand was black blood.
Oh, maybe the
And it
professor
turned
was
black.
hiding in there.
Oh, his body.
Yeah, that's a lot of blood.
I like that.
Mhm.
He's just been hiding
Yes.
in the crawl space.
Yeah. He has more blood in him than an entire, blood bank donation board.
Frank, so are you holding on to the blood question, or do you want to do that this act?
Well, the fourth instance of blood, what was it? Henrietta Greenblood?
And then Ed
Ed
Greenblood.
Greenblood.
Ed was okay. Ed Greenblood, and then you have the Kandarian demon, physical
Blue.
flesh form tree blue blood.
Yeah, Pumpkinhead.
Yes.
Or apple
they
tree or apple orchard or whatever. Orchard head,
like-
whatever. They call them
I'm curious. Are they for gratuity effect? Are they for signifying differences of what's being attacked? Are they? I didn't lean into it because I didn't want to look it up in case it answered stuff for me already or went a different route. Is it attached to color theory in a way? I don't know.
Okay. Now, I have a real answer, but would you prefer a headcanon answer?
I'd like to know Crimson and Ryder's answers first before the
There we
real
go.
answer.
See, that's why I'm glad I asked.
I guess I'll go. I think it would show different types of demons. Something with Ed is he has several rows of teeth in his mouth that we don't see with any other Deadite. So that would be enough for me to assume he's a different demon. Once again, going with the show, we do know there's different kinds of demons. But he is visibly different than other Deadites with the teeth thing. So I would just say that's a different demon. Kandarian demon, obviously different, blue blood. And
Henrietta
then,
also has phases as a demon.
yeah, so different. I just see them as a different.
Oh, so the Kandarian demon makes new demons of their own, and they're not possessed via the Kandarian demon. So, like Henrietta, Ed are their own demonic
Demon.
entities, and not the Kandarian demon.
Yes, and S. It's a little blurry, because in the I'm going back to the show again, but
Stop it.
Each demon's their own demon.
And that's canon. So
Yeah, but it didn't exist at this time. So each demon is its own demon. We don't know how many Kandarian demons there are.
I assume Kandarian was a place, so like all the demons just happened to come from Kandar.
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 The Kandar Castle.
The
Castle
Candy
Kandar.
Kandar Castle.
Castle
They
Kandar.
thought it was the Candy Castle. Boy, were they confused. Yeah.
And the question was relating to why different colors of blood.
Yeah. Why do you think?
why does the movie use 4 different instances of blood colors?
For your headcanon, Brighter.
I have to be honest, I didn't think about it. So
make it up right now.
Yeah. What Crimson says makes a lot of sense. It could be the various different entities that are messing with Ash. The one with his hand had black blood, right? Because he stabbed it and black blood came out.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then I believe also killing Linda. Well, that's all. Linda's body was red, but Linda's head was black.
So she had blackface.
Yeah.
That's
well, Linda's
not
had,
what I meant.
Linda's had.
Well, she had a black head,
Yeah, and
like
then it turned red though when it splattered the room. So
I was really hoping that would get my reaction.
If I were to guess and not, I'm just gonna shoot from the hip here, and in order to not
go for it.
piggyback
Go
off,
for
just
it,
not
yeah.
to piggyback off of Crimson, I'll throw my own headcanon out there, I guess, that I've come up with right now. I think it's not red when a demon possesses it. it turns the blood to some other color. Whereas when it's like red, it's them like letting the human entity die, kind of thing. Which would, I guess, kind of excuse what happens. The difference is in Linda's blood, because it goes from black to red when she's being chainsawed.
Oh, I see. That's giving up the body,
Yeah.
Oh,
the host.
Jane. Oh, I see.
Tarzan reference.
Yeah. There we go. That would be my quick headcanon. I'd have to think about it more though.
Okay.
And the official.
The official that kills everything. No, you can still have your own headcanon. Fine. But the official,
Well,
real answer.
Give us your headcanon first, right? Because you said you had one too.
It's similar to Crimson's.
Okay.
That was how I always kind of just, before I found this out, I just always interpret different demons had different sort of blood in their veins, their putrid veins, stinky bile. So the official answer is when they were workshopping the movie in pre-production, doing all the script writing and the planning and all that stuff, they were told that no matter what, Evil Dead 2 had to get an R rating. That was, they weren't going to be able to release it unrated, which did happen anyways. So in order to tone down the potential gore, what was always supposed to be red blood then became blue, green, black, so as to sort of work their way through the the MPA ratings. But ended up, I think they were still going to get like an NC-17 or something, and so it ended up having to be released unrated again.
Interesting.
So that's why, and that's why there's less gore on screen. Like, I'm sure if we were going by Evil Dead 1, we would have seen him chop his hand off, like, very intimately. And whatnot.
His face.
Yeah, and panning to his face. Which I will say, panning to the face is a lot better. And seeing it splatter on his face is a lot more visceral and interesting than actually seeing it visually striking, I guess. Not necessarily visceral, but
Not exactly a 127-hour scenario.
No James Franco in this. That's Spider-Man and Spider-Man 2 and 3.
No Deadpool 1.
Yeah. So there you have it. There's the official reason why
to avoid an X rating.
Yeah.
Well, NC-17, but may as well be X. It's not. Yeah. When's the last time? I don't think they do NC-17 ratings anymore. I don't think that's a thing. I think it's.
You usually see it for movies on TV.
Yeah, it's not. They don't really do it for movies.
Theatrical.
I think the only thing that gets X anymore is porn. I don't think they have that in any like actual like. As far as I don't know. I don't see a lot movies. I don't see a lot of movies that get released that fall into like above average.
You're not a big consumer of those X movies.
No, not really. Well, in old ratings way I am, because Evil Dead definitely would have gotten an X rating. But no.
I don't know what you're talking about. I watched X-Men a lot. But
those X movies.
That was good. That was good, Ryder. Good points.
Okay, good to know though.
Yeah.
I talked about earlier an issue with Henrietta for me, and that's why she just suddenly woke up instead of being there all along. Because they didn't summon another demon. The recording just said, I buried her in the cellar. Boom! She now woke up.
Don't you like how he says it? He's like, I buried her in the cellar. Yeah.
So I don't really know why the demon waited. It was just sitting there like, ooh, I need my name dropped. I need it. Tell me.
Is that a demon toying with them in a fear level? Like, as soon as they came to realization of where it was, then it was activated?
I mean, that's like some movie magic kind of, or, movie logic. Like, it won't appear until it's mentioned.
Yeah, that's the demon's psychological torture of like what it's
Yeah.
choosing to do to an audience. It's just convenient timing and just silly.
I
least
mean,
for me.
unless they specify like the reason for it, yeah, it comes off. It's convenient that it happens here.
Yeah, it should have been an issue earlier.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
didn't want to be an issue.
Yeah.
After Ash's laughing fit with the house, that was
Great scene.
They were
Yeah.
all laughing together. It was a good time. I like that when he takes a shot at the door, that B plot and company just kind of all hide and get quiet. I think it was very smart of them to have done that.
The door was wide open. Okay, the cabin door was open. Ash was looking at the door. Jake must have been hiding right behind the wall in order to get the jump on Ash.
Yes, I assume
There's
that's
no
what
way
happened.
he ran through. Ash was no.
No.
Ash got tackled by
No.
Jake. If Ash just saw a man running at him and just paused, that would have been goofy. I mean, the angle helps, but
Well,
to line
Ash
it up.
is freaking blind because when Annie tries to axe him while he's leaning against the wall, he's looking at her and then gets surprised
misses.
she axed him.
See,
she
though,
completely whiffs.
I'm fine with that just because it's very funny, but it is an issue. But it's an issue
alright.
I'm fine with. It's okay. There's something to live for.
Wow.
Jesus told me so.
And more issues with the door.
The door.
Did they knock on the side of the door instead of standing in front of the door? Because they would have absolutely been obliterated. That was
Obliterated.
a center mass shot.
Only Papa
Also,
Joe
Ash
would have been
shot-
obliterated.
Yeah, Ash shot Papa Joe in the shoulder, and Papa Joe was completely silent.
Yeah.
No scream, no pain, no nothing.
It's Papa Joe. Okay, she's a tough Papa.
It's kind of implied that they're a tough pair, but they were not prepared for this.
No, because she was a baby after. I think so.
Papa Joe was tough until she got her tree scene.
Yeah. Thank God it wasn't the tree scene from the first one.
That's true.
Or the remake. Especially the remake.
That is
That would be
also
the worst.
true.
Yeah.
That was the remake. Disgusting. I don't know how they made it worse.
What?
Yeah.
Is it still you've seen enough hentai
Right,
to know where it's going?
Right,
or-
they made the tree scene and the remake's worse.
Okay.
It's
They did
infinitely.
explain it though, which the first one didn't have an explanation.
I'm glad there was more of a reason for it. It's still awful.
Okay.
Yeah, not great.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what's not awful? Segue. 30 minutes,
Segues are
55
awful.
seconds. We get a shot of smoke over the moon.
We into it this time?
Yeah. It was something I was
Oh.
for in the first coverage.
Oh, I
Smoke
thought.
over the moon.
Oh, that's right. You didn't like the lightning.
No.
What was? I was trying to remember
I don't
that
remember
recently.
anything.
The Moonlight.
Oh, that's okay. I was like, I was trying to remember. I was like, there was something with the moon or the outside shots that you weren't a fan of, but I couldn't remember. I didn't
Anytime
wanna
it
rewatch
showed the
whole
moon,
thing.
there was always smoke over it.
Oh, okay, that's what it was.
And this movie showed a shot for the moon with smoke over it. And I'm like, hey. They continued.
It's a lot better though. It's a little bit. It's
Not
little
as
bit
good as the
better.
New Moon credits for Twilight, right, Springs?
Whoa.
16 seconds of slow. Oh, terrible.
Beautifulness.
Terrible. Anyhow,
Do you want to know a fun little fact?
is it about
Sure.
Farewell to Arms?
No, but that is a fun little fact, isn't it? No, there's no shame in that one. Yeah, with the Popeye laugh. And that was in a movie. That was in a different. It was a movie they did in between Evil Dead and Evil Dead 2 called "Thou Shalt Not Kill ... Except," and that was in the movie. But Scott would he'd do the Popeye laugh, imitate with the thing going up and down, and Sam thought it was so funny that he put it in the movie, and then they had the whole house doing laughing.
Oh, interesting.
No, and it's man, we have mentioned that scene a lot.
It's interesting, these added tidbits you're saying, Sinister, of what
Yeah.
Sam Raimi is scene that would
Yeah.
add to the movie, what was the original script of this movie look like? Because it sounds like so much was added in.
I mean, yeah, when like the original version of it was like mostly medieval, and then they had to rewrite most. I don't remember. I've read some contradictory thing, or so. I watched a documentary called "Swallowed Souls: The Making of Evil Dead 2," and I read 2 books: Evil Dead Companion, and then the films of Sam Raimi. The documentary talks several times that they were not intending to do a sequel, and then both books say they were always intending to do a sequel. So there's some contradictory aspects to it. I will say offhandedly, this doesn't have anything to do with that. Both or all 3 things, they don't talk about the actress who played Linda whatsoever.
Oh, the original one, or
no,
the Evil Dead 2 one?
the Evil Dead 2 one. She's mentioned, like, for we had to recast her because the original one couldn't do it, and that's pretty much it. There's no mention of her and I don't even think she's talked about in the documentary whatsoever. That might be a little foggy, but
Forgotten
yeah,
cast member.
Just doesn't. Yeah, and there is another little aside. There's a great I think it's like a 10 minute long YouTube video of them casting a lady for the Linda role who definitely does not get it. But so watch that if you want to. But yeah, so there's as far as I'm aware, they wrote the medieval one, which ended up becoming Army of Darkness later on. I think there was a part of it where they were still at the cabin, obviously, and then they went, to back in time or whatever, I couldn't really find anything about them writing these. Most of what I'm assuming, most of it was them writing the this version of it, Scott Spiegel and Sam Raimi, after they got the funding and it was less, so they had to go back down to just at the cabin. I don't know. Apparently, most of what's in the script is what's on the screen. There's not a lot of like extra stuff, but I haven't seen it much.
Okay.
I haven't seen the actual original script.
Huh. Sorry, the Linda actresses just kind of reminded me of the being both in the '80s, the Back to the Future recasting of Jennifer.
Yeah. Yes. But yeah, so I don't know how much of like the original medieval Evil Dead 2 became Army of Darkness, or how much it was retooled. I'm not aware of.
Okay.
Another thing that has bugged me ever since I've seen it the first time is what happened to Papa Joe. We never get a Deadite variant. She just
Papa Joe gets
is
split in half.
Isn't
she
her
hits
face
that tree
like,
log?
Isn't her face in like the big monster thing? Is it, or is it not? I kind of, it's hard to tell because it's not really.
There's 3 faces there, but they're hard to distinguish.
Well, one of them's like Ashes, which is also weird. I think it's, I don't know. There's a black-haired guy on there, which doesn't. There's no other black-haired people in the movie.
Yeah, I don't
this
know.
guy from the first movie.
Oh yeah, the guy.
Found it peculiar that she just didn't come back as a Deadite.
Yeah, that is weird.
Gets whisked away.
Yeah, I'm kind of in agreement. It's weird that she just died off screen.
Yeah.
I find it
It was
funny
a good transition.
I find it funny that she just like apparently was silent when she was screaming and running away out of the house explicitly up until she was outside.
Yeah. I didn't think of it like that.
She was considerate, okay?
And they would have clearly heard her scream receding, but I just find it funny that she was silent as she sprinted out of the house and then started screaming.
Ryder's the same thing when she got shot. She got shot, no screaming, totally fine.
Yeah.
Well, the house is soundproof because back at the door scene, Ash is laughing like crazy. The house is laughing like crazy, and no one outside hears it.
Yeah, the house is soundproof because evidently the professor and his wife are very kinky. So
yeah,
kinky.
Kinky. I will say that I love Ash's girly scream that he gives when Henrietta crawls out of the grave.
Yes.
That was
Yes.
pretty funny. That one made me chuckle.
I do. I think I don't. Crimson, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think they keep that pretty much even into Ash versus Evil Dead, where he does kind of scream like a girl a lot.
He screams a lot, but he's got a lot deeper voice when he's older.
Oh yeah,
so.
yeah, that's true. Man, it'd be. I do love that. He is just like a coward deep down in some way, but he's like just
He's
put
the
upon.
cowardly hero.
Yeah, the cowardly hero.
Which is something I didn't really care in this, with Annie calling him a coward when he ran
runs
off
away.
to get the axe.
Hey,
You coward! As she stands there doing nothing.
Yeah,
watching.
that one bothered me too a lot.
she is the
B plot has
yeah.
issues.
She is the lady in distress. Okay, she doesn't save herself. This is the '80s. All right, they hadn't invented the strong female character 100% yet.
Hey, she tried killing
When
Ash
Taylor
with an
came out,
axe. That's some
Taylor-
initiative right there.
Yeah, but that doesn't count.
Because
Doesn't
Ash
count.
isn't evil.
The strong
Yeah,
female
he's not-
character had been invented yet. That's
He's
a
not
funny line.
evil or dead or the number 2. Okay, doesn't work.
A terrifying number 2.
He's not going number 2. Nothing. There's nothing involved. Nothing to do with him.
Well, the movie's a 2.
It's a
Yeah,
2
but he doesn't
on.
know that.
It's a 2 out of 2 movie. Okay, it's perfect.
It's a double barrel shotgun.
He does have a double barrel shotgun.
It's a double-barreled boomstick.
Boom stick.
Ryder, I think it's been a minute since you've thrown something out there.
Yeah, throw us a bone, Ryder.
I literally threw one out a minute ago with the whole.
I think it's been not long enough. So another one, please.
Give us another boner.
Specifically,
Please.
I'll touch on the her calling Ash a coward. I didn't really appreciate that because remember, only less than like a couple minutes ago from their time, they're the ones that locked him in that cellar.
Yeah, that's true.
Very, very flip of expectations right there.
I mean, if he's a coward there,
And they all wanted
she should have seen him in the first movie.
Yeah, and
He's
they all
a
wanted
huge
to leave.
coward.
Yeah, and they all wanted him to leave before. They all wanted to leave before daylight. So, I guess lucky that he stayed trying to talk them out of that.
You fools! You'll kill us all. The delivery of that
I
line.
love how you said that.
Oh,
It's even better.
I guess the blood bothered me more than I thought because my line right below that after he starts cutting
covered in.
like the
Yeah.
Ed to bits, I just said, why green blood? I just put that as a question mark.
Yeah, exactly.
Different demon.
Different demon. I
Different
guess.
demon. Different demon, different day. Demon Dan, the produce man.
Yeah, and it was really the. I'm just gonna keep going, Crimson, until you stop me. Since
Yeah.
Go ahead. Shoot
Somebody
anything.
stop him.
So when the trail that they had come up vanished, that's really when I started taking issues with the limits of the Kandarian demon abilities. Because I wasn't, if they could just start suddenly controlling trees and stuff like that, it was different than like controlling people. I'm gonna not have much issue with that, but you'd have to control a lot of trees to suddenly like take away an entire trail.
I mean, how is everybody into the idea of the demons projecting into one's mind to see something?
Ooh.
'Cause we
I
got
see
the
where you're going with
dream.
this.
We got the seeing Henrietta as a normal human form, Linda's head. Could they be seeing the path being gone, but it's still there?
Then I don't know why I don't know why Papa Joe didn't run down the trail then.
It's Papa Joe.
You know, he
was
did he say
frantic.
Pappy Joe? Frantic.
She was frantic
I
up
don't know.
until like a point, and then she fell quiet, like looked back, like and then started.
Like, why am I out here?
Why is
going
nobody
on here?
following me?
Why did the writers decide to just kill me off right now? I'm confused.
Exactly. That was That was my joke in the chat. That was about that.
Why?
This is not. This might be, Might be like an objective problem, but I like it regardless. When Ed throws Jake up and hits the light bulb and then comes crashing down.
He twists his head to where
Yeah.
make a break sound, and then he chucks him into the light bulb.
It's a very Tom and Jerry cartoon, gag. And like I said, he should have just gone all the way through. His head gets, freaking sliced through, and he's stuck up there or electrocuted to death or something. But I'm a fan of the cartoon slapstick gag of him having hit it and then it's enough for it to come back down. But I will admit it's not what should have happened.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with you.
You agree with me?
Spranks, you're up.
I'm up for something.
What notes you got?
Ash-
What do you got?
Is Ash so
Hot?
so in line of hysteria that the hand got trapped in a mousetrap not to take the shot?
I would say yes.
Earlier. Yeah. You thought it was funny.
He
He did
did,
think it
but
was
he
funny.
really wanted to go after the hand.
Yeah, I think he was hysterical enough to mock it. He took his time shooting it when it was flipping him off, I suppose, as well.
I think the mousetrap one was fine with. When it was flipping him off, I did think he took a little too long.
Yeah.
Yeah, I they had pushed his character to the brink enough to where I thought that he was just hysterical at his evil hand that he just cut off was trapped in a mousetrap.
Okay. 35 minutes, 35 seconds. I like during the laughing bit, the camera goes into a Dutch angle
Yep.
and shows that everything's off-putting.
Another interesting thing, because they had an actual set this time and they didn't have to use like a default cabin. The house changes the cabin changes subtly throughout the film. I don't know if anybody noticed that or not.
I did with Linda's
It
room.
was supposed to be subtle.
Yeah. Well, subtle in air quotes. The windows get gradually more askew. There's like sharper angles and stuff, or it changes throughout, which I always thought was a fitting touch as it gradually becomes more and more insane.
Yeah, it's a lot smaller room at the end of the movie than the beginning.
No. More tight.
At least the main room.
Yeah.
Caught a conteneur, I guess. Crimson, this could be on your list. When the final punch of Jake knocks out Ash on the ground, his head leans to Ash's left. And then when Jake kicks him again, he's kicking his head from the right to the left.
Yeah.
There's a funny story with that. Do you want it?
Oh, absolutely.
So when Jake hits him, he with both, when he knocks him out essentially. He did it with both hands, and he lurched forward. So he actually hit him. Had hit him in the side of the mouth, and knocked a couple of his teeth loose, and they ended up using that's the take where he actually hit him for real.
Wow.
Knocked his teeth loose.
It's usually the instance you always hear in a movie, right? The accidental actual hit is the one used in the film.
Yeah.
It just looks so darn realistic.
Yeah, there's a reason why Aragorn was paying bunches. Aragorn. Viggo Mortensen was he is Aragorn, but there's a reason why Viggo Mortensen was paying him off medical bills for stunt actors in Lord of the Rings is because he was actually hitting them with the sword.
Yeah.
That's how it looks real, because it's real.
Yeah, that's why it looks so good even now.
Method. But yeah,
Gosh,
so that was.
There's something we covered that had terrible fake punches. I can't remember what it was now.
Oh, I mean, we've covered a couple things. There's a couple things that have really bad punches, but I know I kind of know what you're talking about, but I can't remember it either.
Maybe it was Relic Hunter. Can't recall.
That does have some pretty bad ones from what I remember. Having seen it privately, my own private screening room.
let's talk about Papa
Angles.
Ghost projection stuff. Projectile.
Whoa!
Projectile
Don't say
vomiting.
pop around
I am
Professor Nobi.
Papa Nobi.
Papa
He
Nobi.
has revealed himself from the great beyond in this middle plane of existence he's found himself trapped in somehow that we do not get to know. I never liked it, and I still don't like it. It really
also
stands
don't like
out
it.
as being weird. I don't like it at all.
It's so bad
okay.
they never did it in another movie or show.
I think it's okay. It just needs explanation.
I think that's the hard part. Is that how do you explain it? You have to set up so many
In the third
things.
movie.
Are you saying that you don't, are you saying you don't like it by just the depiction of it, or you don't like the fact that it's here?
It just comes out of nowhere. Yeah,
It
like it comes out of
does.
nowhere.
It looks cheesy, not in a good way. The makeup on him's horrendous. Worst makeup in the film by far.
Even worse than the first one.
In this film,
Oh,
this film
okay.
by itself.
Okay.
There's no explanation to it at all. It's just a mess, and I'm now realizing I think the original demon is that demon because he didn't have the missing pages to counter to dispel the demons from missing pages.
Yeah.
What do you mean the original demon is that demon?
We talked about whether or not the tape recorder summoned a new one, or if that was the original one that
Gotcha.
he summoned.
Not Papa Nobi is the original demon.
No, I was confused with the two blue light instance we brought up.
Okay.
So, yeah, I don't think there's anything really good about it. Yeah, I mean, he's useful in the fact that he informs us that we need the papers to.
But that could have been
everything.
that could have been the tape
second
recorder.
half of the recording, yeah.
Yeah.
Could have been recording. She could have read it herself.
It proves that he's alive in some way.
But we don't get anything.
More from
We get no conclusion.
Not in this movie.
Well, not in the next one either.
Hey, spoilers.
Good to know. I think the only thing that I like about it, in theory, would be it's a direct connection to B plot. But the problem is they don't really do anything with that emotional connection. So because they don't do anything with that, I'm leaning towards it can be cut. It's not a great.
Yeah, she doesn't get any peace from it. There's no like I just want to say I've always loved you, or like no. Yeah, there's anything about it could have been done with the tape recorder. It doesn't. They don't really need this.
Is he also the power that opened the door ajar to get them to go into that room?
Ostensibly.
My takeaway.
Yeah.
Okay. I guess.
Well, the screeching sound of them looking around the place, which I think was pretty cool with the effects and the sound.
Yeah, I mean it's cool.
There. Ash brought up something's trying to get in or something along those lines.
Is it something trying to force its way into our world? That was a pretty cool line. I like.
And then the door opens, and then Papa's in there. So I guess that's him breaking.
Was
through.
all that noise him?
That's what my takeaway's been, because it all connects in sequence.
Yeah, that's a fair interpretation. I don't think I didn't take it that way because I thought it was a Kandarian demon or whatever making a bunch of noise. But it would make more sense that if it was the professor, because then you have to ask why the Kandarian demon isn't fucking with them like directly.
Yeah. Writer, you're right to think that way.
That's my bit on that.
I don't think I used to have a problem with it, but now like the more I've seen like all of them back to back, it does stick out because it is sort of like this weird like it never really it doesn't look very good. I will 100% like it doesn't look good.
There's nothing else like it in the movie except maybe the eyes on the cabin, which I think is stupid. That's
even worse because that's just stationary. At least he's moving around and stuff, so there's like an aspect to it that's like visually kind of interesting, or like that you can kind of like, what is it? How are they doing that? But then you realize, oh, it's just a projector, or a Steadicam or something. But yeah, I don't really like it because it does stick out. There's nothing really like it in any of the other movies as far as I'm well, definitely not the first one, and maybe not even Army of Darkness. I don't think there's anything like it in Army of Darkness, but haven't seen that in a bit, so I won't say for sure. And yeah, it doesn't really need to be there. Like the fact that they have 2 voice clips of the tape recorder separated out, they could have just done it that way, and I think you wouldn't really lose too much other than sound effects and stuff.
Yeah, I would rather continuation of the tape recorder, but I'm also like I'm partial to tape recorders because I just think they sound aesthetically cool. So
it's cool. I like it.
Sorry for me chuckling. Is Professor Nobi's ghost on removable characters?
I did consider saying that.
No,
because he
information.
Yeah. He might not need to, but he does.
I mean, if they continue the tape,
ghosts.
If they continue the tape, the ghost itself would be removable, but the character is still not removable.
Yeah.
No,
I can't split him into 2 different parts.
Him and his ghost,
it's still
even
him.
a ghost, or whatever it is.
Whatever it is.
Okay.
I will.
How do we know it is who he is? No.
When Jake and Papa Joe are holding hands until they're not.
Yeah.
I will say that it bothers me a little bit that every shot that we see them in that sequence is the 2 of them holding hands right up until they weren't holding hands. And for me, that I literally wrote this down, and I actually forgot that you were going to be here, Sinister, when I wrote this particular note. And that's Ryan Johnson levels of lying to your audience.
It's funny.
It works. No, like I said, I understand what the goal is. It works. It's just I was just a little bit annoyed because it was easy to set up, but they didn't.
Where'd she go?
Ryder, you're 100% correct. It is Ryan Johnson level BS. But it's better because it's actually funny.
That's true. It didn't have to try to be funny. It just was actually funny.
They were like, wait, how are we supposed to do it? They're like, don't worry, it's funny enough that it'll work.
Yeah, like I said, that this ties into I just find it very funny that she ran out, even though we cut to her screaming as she's running away from the house, that it's just dead silent in the house, which means she ran out silently.
Yeah.
For me, that for me was that cracked me up.
You're holding my hand too tight. Baby, I ain't holding your hand. Dan Hicks, freaking great line delivery there, buddy.
I think Jake had a good jump scare in the movie when he enters the room, like the piano room.
See, I told you there was nothing in here.
Like as she looks at him, like, you idiot.
Yeah, I agree. That was a good jump scare.
You don't expect it. You don't think they're actually going to follow through, and yet they do.
Yeah, something scary, not the demon.
Yeah, a lot of the jump scares in this are pretty cheesy in the sense that like if the character just looked down, they would see them.
Oh yeah, no.
But
100%.
that one is totally natural and fit right into the film.
I know from one of the readings I had that Sam Raimi said specifically that they knowing how to set up the jump scare, so they would set up jump scares and then they would decide whether or not it would be a scare or a gag, and that's how they went. And then they kind of balanced them out throughout the film, so people wouldn't know what to expect any time throughout the movie.
Yeah, I'll jump to the papers with a certain man with a chainsaw standing over it. My first thought was, please no, please no, please no, please no.
Please no.
Yeah.
Please, Professor Nobi, no.
Yeah, no. When I saw the paper, I realized it was going to be a time travel, wibbly wobbly, timey wimey stuff.
Oh.
Come on.
I'm now on the page of what you're talking about.
Yeah.
No, Ash is on the page, Sprinks. Crazy.
You crazy old man.
Yeah. So, what did I say? You
sidetracked. The timey, wimey, timey.
You didn't like that the timey
lost
wimey
pages
thing.
Yeah.
Show Ash.
It was a prophecy.
Yeah, that's purely subjective. I have no objective issue with that. It's just I was just annoyed. I'm like, oh great, another time travel story.
I was just annoyed.
Yeah, it was just general annoyance. That being said, the ending was kind of spoiled for me, but I was still annoyed that they were setting it up.
Oh, if you're annoyed by that.
Yeah, no,
There was setup.
I don't have an objective issue with it yet, but
well, when we get to Army of Darkness, I'm sure you'll.
yeah. I have issues when we get to medieval times straight out the gate because it's inaccurate to the time period. But whatever.
What? There's
You
a
tell me
car?
there was no flying demons?
I assume demons were flying all over the place in the 13th century.
Have you seen? They have wings. That's normal for them to fly. Demons are supposed to fly.
Have 2 notes looking.
I'm gonna skim through.
I have.
I gotta
2.
skim through.
I'll say I have 2 left.
Springs can go. Then. I'll be looking.
There is a movie moment lighting scenario that occurs when they drop the lantern.
Yes.
When the lantern drops, as we can see from the open door behind them of the living room or the front entry room, light is coming in through the windows of like a bluish moonlight. When the lantern goes out and they relight it, it is pitch black.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, there's that. And I have actually another note on to add to that. When they entered the room at the beginning with the lamp, you can tell they turned on like a kind of a studio light to light up the room, and that they slowly then started to turn off as they entered more the center of the room to keep the actors lit.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Movie tricks.
Artificial lighting.
All lighting is artificial. And the sun.
Oh.
The sun.
We just talked about that recently. That was Beetlejuice, right?
That wasn't Beetlejuice.
Talked about practical, artificial, natural lighting.
Yeah. That would technically be practical, but it is still clearly like a light in the room for the characters' faces.
Yes. The compliment I shall chuck out there is the tree stuff with Papa Joe. I think they did a really good job with it. Going in with the extreme close-ups and stuff really helps sell
the classic Raimi montage.
Was it like Spider-Man 3 with Venom? Like, did it go down her throat?
That's what it looked like, but her screams didn't get gurgled after that, so I don't know. Maybe they just tickled her tongue. Couldn't tell you.
I will say there were the close-ups.
Good use of reverse footage and stuff.
Yeah, there was a close-up of I think like the branches digging into her cheeks and like blood was starting to come out. I quite liked that. Yeah, like it was very got the point across. Brutal.
Yeah. I'm trying to. I mean, I feel like both like this plus the original tree scene, which is a lot more distasteful. But I feel like both are equally about as brutal. I think that I can think of, with the exception of at least this one ends in a off-screen death, I guess. Yeah. If you want to consider what you consider brutal.
Yeah, and I'm assuming the new scene is just grotesque.
Yes, it's basically it's like kind of like a combination of these two. I think sort of.
Oh. Okay.
Crimson. I don't know if you want to. If that's closer.
There's a bit more insertion.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, like
definitely. You've seen enough hentai to know where it's going. Then kind of scene. Okay.
Yeah, there's stuff.
Yeah, there's stuff. Yeah, there's stuff going on. But I think there's actually like liquid involved.
There's a slug thingy that is involved.
All right, we can stop.
It's
yeah. We'll leave it. Let's see. Sinister.
I don't have anything for this app.
Oh, writer.
Yes. No, wait, that's next act. Let's see.
Oh boy.
Yeah, you can go ahead again.
Oh
Springs.
boy.
You already get both ears on Springs.
Hey, I got one more. The plot heaviness of Jake picking up the lost pages to to blackmail Ash and Annie to go outside and look for Papa Joe by throwing them in the cellar and not the open lit fireplace right next to him.
Well, they had no reason to not help him, or to help him, because it'd be
Well,
over.
they were distracted with the pages.
He doesn't want to destroy the pages.
He wants them out
get
of the
them
way.
out of the way.
Yeah.
And he could destroy them.
There was I don't know. There was a part for me because I think I know where you're getting at with Sprinks with that at least a little bit. There was a way it was just weirdly shot that I actually thought he was going to throw it in the fire because they had included it like as a
Yeah, it was just
almost.
composition of it. Yeah.
I don't know what stopped him from not using the fire.
Well, he doesn't want to destroy them. That would be the
like he knows they're right, that they need them to stop everything, but he also knows that if they don't have them, they have to help him.
Yeah, he was there during the whole projection thing. So
yeah,
he knows they're important. He just cares more about Papa Joe's safety first. So. My thing is, why wasn't Henrietta there just to pull him through when he opened the door? And why wasn't he worried about that when he did that? He wasn't even looking at the trap door when he opened it to put the page in.
Crimson, I think that falls under the same reason why I think he didn't throw him, or why he didn't throw him in the fire. It's like, I don't see him. He's not smart enough.
Smart enough to throw him in the fire? I don't think he.
Yeah, I don't think he's
his
smart
goal's
enough
not
to know
to
the
destroy
importance
the
of the paper.
pages.
But where's that conveyed?
Well, let me just.
Where does it say the importance of the papers?
The ghost that was in front of him said, "Incant what's on the pages to dispel the demons." It was explicitly said.
Yeah.
Unless you don't think he knows what dispels means.
No, I just think he's so blinded in getting Papa Joe that it would have been like a problem to solve later kind of thing. Kind of like Blair Witch Project, the original one, with Jake, was it, or Josh?
Josh.
Which
I'm getting two
whoever
Jakes.
like threw the map away.
Yeah.
It's like the map is an important thing that could have helped, and then it's gone, and they'll solve the problem later. I feel like Jake, in this instance, is in that scenario. Where it's like, just burn him because he's closest to the fire. To solve it, the fire shouldn't even been on. I don't know who turned it on.
It's been on
They
since
had
the
it on.
beginning.
Yeah.
Oh, it's been on since the beginning of the movie?
Yeah. Roughly. They threw a log into it like it
has.
Yeah. Okay.
I guess I wouldn't question it if it was shot differently. If it wasn't if it didn't show the fire, or Jake with the papers in hand walk by the fireplace.
I will say this: with the way it is filmed, it's inferred that he might throw it in the fire. That's kind of the vibe I got until he didn't. But I'm kind of in the camp of like, I don't think he is stupid enough to throw them in the fire because he knows they need them.
But he knows Henrietta's down in the cellar.
Well, yeah, I mean, he's not that smart.
He knows they can be killed. He saw Ed get killed. he knows they can die. So if it's either put the pages in a place where it forces Ash and Annie to listen to him, he would go that route instead of destroying them. That's what he did.
Yeah, because if he destroys them, they have no reason to help him in any way, because like if the pages are destroyed, they're all dead anyway. The only reason they stay alive is if those pages are still intact and can reverse anything.
I feel like that information's held with Ash and Annie understanding it, but not fully Jake.
Ghost tells him explicitly. I don't understand what this barrier is. I don't. He's told explicitly the pages get rid of the demons. It's not an inference he makes. It's told to him directly.
Then easy. I don't like the shot. We'll just go with that. I don't like how.
There we go. There we go.
Fine by me.
That is an all right opinion to have. It cannot be a well made shot. That is fine.
I do not have anything for this act, so.
Perfect. Sprinks, that was your last one, or was there another one?
That was my last one.
Okay.
Now move.
I think my last little baby thing is when Ed bit into Papa Joe's hair. There was no damage later.
They should have like
She's
torn
not
off part of her
shown
skull or scalp.
bleeding from the scalp, or there's not a patch missing. It's just that one scene, and it doesn't carry over to anything. Little baby
Agreed.
thing. On to Act 3, the final act. From Jake taking the papers to the end.
To the end, man. Could have guessed.
Man.
And the end, as referenced in the beginning.
There we go.
To the end.
There was no after credits for this film, right?
No.
Oh god. no.
Okay, so
No.
then I know what the end is actually referring to.
I do want to now edit this, like get an MP4 of this, edit it so that at the end, Ash Williams return, Army of Darkness.
It's definitely a possible edit.
Oh, it's super easy.
We shall start with Sprinks. I don't think we've started with Sprinks yet.
No, we started with Springs from the beginning.
Okay.
No, Ryder's turn.
Okay.
Well, whatever.
Okay. Do I go?
Yeah.
No.
yeah.
Okay.
I'm host. I'm host. Go.
It is entirely Jake's fault he got stabbed with the dagger for not saying a damn word when he was trying to get into the cabin.
100%.
I don't know.
What?
He's kind of running for his life
No way.
in the woods.
No way. You're gonna
You know what?
There are demons present.
He would have shouted like, "Hey, let me in!" Like just that.
Yeah.
He's just banging on the door. Just that. Just bang, 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 bang. And then when it's opened by Annie, stab. Of course.
He stabs him pretty deep, though.
Even the
He's strong.
possessed one would have sounded differently.
There's
And
two
she's gone through
holes
She's gone
in
through
the door.
She's already
She can
gone through the
see
whole
him.
thing. That's also true. She's already gone through the thing with Ash, where Ash says, "I'm not possessed anymore. I'm totally all right," and he sounds different than a demon because
Well,
of her
that was-
experience with Ed.
That was after, yeah. That was after.
But yeah, she could totally see him through the door with the massive holes in it.
Total.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
some movie magic right there. Movie logic.
They both did a stupid. Yes.
They both did a stupid.
Yes, both could have approached this scenario far better. I felt bad for Jake though. There, I mean,
She basically
good
killed
for
him.
you.
Like,
she absolutely killed him. He was not going to make it out.
Jake
I'm
is a
surprised he
contender of
lived.
worst character in this season for me.
Oh, harsh words.
For me.
still harsh words.
1 hour, 1 minute, 44 seconds timestamp. When Annie is holding that door and screaming, like her back to the door to hold it closed, I think from Ash,
I know what you're saying.
those are not screams of fear. That is some bad acting.
Oh.
No, her
She's like
screams
laughing.
are not great.
No, I know.
She's grinning. She instantly just stops screaming. it's not great. Not great. And then more towards Annie, I don't like piggybacking off the calling him a coward is the shut up. Shut up. I only stabbed you. Stop it.
I can understand that she's
Hey.
breaking down as a character now.
Yeah.
So I was more okay with that than I was with her calling Ash an idiot.
Slamming the door in him
Hey.
repeatedly after realizing he's locked in the door, still doing it.
That was dumb anyways, though. She should have been able to look and see that it was still stuck in the hey, if you stab a guy and he's also fucking fat, like, yeah, shut up. Stop screaming.
Take it. Bleed out internally.
Yeah,
and
take the
externally.
dagger out of me.
That was a very like hard stab wound too. That went in deep.
I know. I was like, man, I always forget how deep. That was like
not even
third
a
of
bladed weapon, really. It's like a spine.
one.
It looks like it's supposed to be like a serrated dagger or whatever. But
yeah.
damn,
It's a wooden prop.
It's obviously. But
No, it's chicken bones.
it's also kind of funny that well, what highlights their mutual stupidity for me is the fact that they asked to take the dagger out.
Yeah. Figured you were gonna say that.
Yeah, it's a it's a everybody knows that you're supposed to leave the stab weapon in order to keep the blood inside
Steve
of you.
Irwin was still alive in '87.
Jesus Christ.
I missed the beginning. What was it in '87?
Steve Irwin was still alive. in
Still-
87.
Oh,
87.
Steve Irwin.
That is dark.
It's dark. The Sinister, you can bring up a point.
I can? I'm allowed?
I think you can. I'm giving you permission.
Oh my gosh. Man, you kind of already talked about it. Let's see, we mentioned I missed one. Damn it. Okay, backtrack, sorry. The scene that I was talking about where they could only do it a couple times was Ash getting sprayed by the wall of blood.
Makes sense.
That makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah. And it's kind of a
But then-
mix.
I was gonna say, and then they did the Jake blood thing
Yes, they did.
with
do the
Henrietta.
Couldn't really find anything on that. I do know that the actor, Dan Hicks, for that part, apparently, like I think he almost got like seriously injured doing that because of how like awkward and small the space was. I think he almost like broke his neck, and he just barely
wow.
didn't.
Wow.
Oh,
Yeah.
what, being pulled into the cellar?
Yeah,
Pulled
because it
into
was
the
such
cellar
a
and fucking water being jet streamed at him.
yeah. Like it was yeah, apparently it was a very that was a rough one. And I'm gonna get a stunt double as far as I'm aware. But I don't know. I know Bruce Campbell did. I don't know. I don't think anybody else in this movie did. But I guess not backtracking, going forward. We have to talk about, and we just got to do it. I'm sorry. Got to talk about it. It's got to be done.
Okay, I'm ready.
Is your body ready?
You got me on the edge of my seat.
I think so.
Got to talk about the most iconic line delivery probably in a movie.
Got it.
Maybe just a horror movie,
All right.
but
I know where we're going.
I am Iron Man.
He
So,
specified horror
movie.
movie. He specified
Yeah,
horror
that's a
movie.
couple
I
years
said, well,
later.
I said firstly, maybe movie, definitely horror movie, but maybe movie in general. Groovy.
I saw
Bruce Campbell has kept that word alive.
Yes.
That word would be gone to history.
Without Bruce Campbell. You know what? There's a probably,
Maybe.
you know? Yeah, I think there's a good, not ironically anyways, like probably in a legitimate way, yes. Ironically, it'd probably always be alive, but yeah.
I agree.
And I don't know. I honestly, I know a lot of history. I don't really know where that came from.
No fact
Oh.
regarding
No.
the origin.
I don't
movie?
I don't know. Yeah, that one-liner, no idea.
And then we
Interesting.
got to see Ash also get his iconic
you think it was
chainsaw
ad-libbed?
and shotgun.
No, it was way too set up to be ad-lib.
Okay, so
Yeah, the
Sam
way the
Raimi
camera
decided
zoomed
that.
in and stuff.
Yeah.
So it was a Raimi decision,
not
not a
improv.
Campbell's. Okay. I'm
Well,
just
unless
curious if I ever in my
improved it,
life,
and then they're like, let's keep that and let's do it.
I'm just
again.
curious in my life if I met Raimi or Campbell, who I'd ask the question to.
Yeah. Probably Sam Raimi. I would
Ask
probably ask
either
Sam
of them, to be honest.
Well, Campbell might come up with
Raimi.
some kind
Yeah,
of story.
Yeah, he might. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I'm honestly surprised because that's the iconic line, from the franchise almost in general. Yeah, I couldn't in all my readings. Maybe it's in the documentary. It might be there, but both books, there's no talk about the groovy line.
That's disappointing. 0
Yeah,
to 10.
it's like even
Whoa.
both those came out. I think both books came out, about 20 odd years later, and that is like the staying power line. You know, that's the one that like always kind of comes up again and again. So I feel like they'd be like, all right, we got to talk about Groovy. So yeah, why, you know, why Groovy? Nothing.
That's kind of a shame.
Pa-
I wish there was a
Yeah, I
story
know.
with it
I mean, there might be.
that we don't know.
I'm,
of,
I'm
yeah.
not. Yeah, that we just. I just don't have the access to or something.
There, I guess I got a point. Ash kind of just teleports back into the house to knock out B plot.
Yes.
And then obviously his necklace is transported there. Is it convenient that it's the necklace is there, or is it more convenient that he can just kick out the Karian demon?
You know what?
Will?
Yes.
Split the difference. Why not both? Yeah, I was gonna say.
Okay, yeah.
Both can be convenient.
And my only point of praise for outside of all those problems that are coming up because of it was that I think the necklace's chain was laid in this skull shape when he was picking it up.
Oh, was it? Like the
They
original?
did that in the first movie.
Yeah, they did in the first.
movie. I don't think it was in
didn't
this one.
look on this one.
It was.
I
It would
didn't
be
look.
cool if it.
It was
I'm gonna
mostly
look.
covered,
It
but it
is.
still had the shape. Yeah.
It is. I didn't catch. Wow, I've seen that a bunch of times. I've never caught that. Good job, writer.
Yeah. Happy to help.
That's cool. They kept it up. Way to go. It is in the shape of a skull. Nice. All right, that's an honorary extra 1 point for all the bullshit we took away from the other one.
You know what? 1 out of 10.
1 out of
There
10
we go.
film. Woo!
Yeah, so I don't like it all that turned him back.
I thought you were talking
The
about the
power
necklace.
of love compels you.
Yeah.
I understand
wish
the principle
at that
and
level,
intention, but
I wish that Henrietta turned back into Henrietta once the song was being sung.
I wish that Linda noticed that she was about to kill Ash. Then I guess that implies that she doesn't love Ash at all.
Oh, interesting. That is kind of a
Good
weird
touch
thing, mainly in like Ash versus Evil Dead, where like they have some memories of the person. It's always very strange.
Yeah, they do possess
Ooh.
memories.
I'm sorry, Ryder. I think you just touched on something really interesting. Linda didn't love Ash.
That would be the only presumption as to why it didn't work.
He said,
Well, the thing is, Ash is tied to destiny because the book shows him further. He has to make it to that point.
I understand plot armor when I see it, Crimson. You don't need to explain.
he has read Joseph
So-
Campbell's mythology.
So he has to be in medieval times, so he has to make it there. Therefore, he is fine.
Yeah, there's no
Are
Linda.
you trying to come at this with the time
Oh, no.
paradox angle? Please
Oh,
don't.
That's
no,
exactly
time
what
travel
I'm
problems.
doing. That's exactly what I'm saying. It is established in the book that he does indeed make it back in time, so he has to make it back in time.
But what if he chose to just like end his life there?
Destiny doesn't permit
would've
it. That doesn't
stopped it?
happen. That doesn't happen.
Doesn't happen. That doesn't happen.
It depends on the time travel story you're being told.
We're going with
Ooh.
what's in this movie. So we know he makes it there. It's preordained in the book that he makes it there. Something that only affects him of losing the demon only happens to him. So destiny arrives all the same.
He plays
By 1
Destiny
second.
on Xbox Series X.
Or
Another thing. Wait. Sorry, somebody else can go. I have to. Yeah.
if the shed montage was sped
Uh-huh.
up a little bit, would have been really Edgar Wright.
You're right.
It's almost like you ripped that off.
No, he's not right. He's Edgar. But we covered this.
No.
I agree.
No.
Yeah,
I
I agree.
100%.
I can definitely see some elements of Edgar Wright's kind of typical filming style with that.
Which, what Sinister says, it was thievery of Edgar Wright to take it from Raimi.
No, I mean, what is it?
Did Edgar Wright have a
Good.
movie before this?
No.
No, it wasn't even. I don't think he was even a sperm yet. No, he was definitely alive. 87.
How old is Edgar Wright?
Old. He's an old man now.
87.
Westring and Sam Raimi's balls. No. What's the quote? Like, good artists take or something. What's that?
Yeah, steal like an artist.
Yeah, steal like Jean-Luc Godard or whatever. Like,
Yeah. Steal. Other people's like ideas, talents.
Oh,
that. Or,
like,
just
good-
incorporate them into something new.
yeah, it's like good artists. I don't know. Good artists copy, great artists steal. I guess that's the that's sort of semi the quote, or there's a bunch of different versions of it.
Yeah, there's a lot of variations on like how to take art and make it your own. So
Because there's no real original thoughts anymore. It's all just amalgamations of everything else.
everything builds into everything. Welcome
It's
to
true.
the
It's a
human
big melting-
race.
Edgar Wright's 50 now.
Jesus Christ.
Good lord, we're all old.
Wow.
That's crazy.
Well, Shaun of the
How
Dead.
old is
How
How old's Simon Pegg?
That's coming out.
Probably older.
God,
I don't know.
Simon Pegg looked so old in Mission Impossible.
What?
the last Mission Impossible one.
I was just like,
Ryan. He looks old. He looked so tired. in
Simon
that
Pegg
film.
looked old.
Yeah.
Simon Pegg's
Awesome.
54.
Only
How
time
old's Nick
Simon
Ross?
Pegg's looked old to me is playing Ogden Morrow in Ready Player One.
Yeah.
As much as I like the montage for getting the, I'll take us back to the film. As much as I like the montage of Ash getting his chainsaw and his literal sawed-off shotgun, this kind of fell into Spider-Verse suit painting time making for me. It's really fucking cool. You get a lot of cool factor points, but it does damage the plot a tiny bit.
But sometimes the plot's got to take a little nick just to look cool. Okay, that's
I agree.
They're really cool.
Yeah.
agree.
No,
How about being the last 20 minutes of the movie and they finally add music cues?
What do you mean?
Like during the montage, you got that whole epic music bit till he says groovy. There's none of that throughout the entire other
There
part
are.
of the movie. That's
the
happening.
piano.
Oh, the piano.
That's a music cue. That's a music cue.
You got me. You got me. The piano.
He's been got, ladies and gents.
In world music, yes.
Oh, that's right. There's two different kinds. I forget.
Technically, it counts. The piano counts.
Okay.
The B plot
You also
didn't
like
go down with Ash into the cellar, right?
No, she did not.
Okay. No. Yeah, I had it in my head that I think that she went down there. If she didn't, okay. Just wanted to.
Question.
No,
Why'd he chainsaw it?
I was just about to say that.
No fucking clue.
Well,
Just
didn't
look cool.
didn't-
Yeah, he got rid of the key. Yeah. He got rid of
Well,
the
yeah.
key.
Jake had the key.
Then just cut the chain.
No.
They'll damage the chain and the chainsaw.
That's just weird.
Also
I
probably
don't
wouldn't
have an
really.
issue with them cutting it open.
No, it looks
Did.
cool.
It looks cool. I agree. It's.
I don't know why Jake's body jumped him down there.
And pointed them right at the pages, so there was a lot of conveniences that came out of that.
The wet pages, might I add, that
he was
he
still
chucks up dry.
Yes. Well,
Yeah.
Bruce Campbell
That Chuck
just radiates.
also.
Like, you misunderstand. Bruce Campbell's just so hot that he radiated like.
Oh.
dry
Not even-
pages.
I like how you were like they were dry. Not even saying he chucked up pages that should have gone flying everywhere.
They look.
Well,
to be
they
fair,
may have a
look-
human skin.
Yeah, to be
so
fair, they look
stick
like
together.
they look like they'd be there were some weighty pages, like they weren't made out of paper. So
They are demonic, hellacious pages, so they're hot.
Hellacious.
They don't stay wet.
They
That's right.
wet when dry.
And then she
Ooh,
grabbed
ow.
them, started reading them, and then just stopped reading. For
She was concerned.
And Ash didn't decide to just leave the cellar and just stand at the top just to wait.
No.
That's right. That's right.
Boy, that's wrong.
Now,
Not right.
I enjoy the practical effects of the costume work, the practicality, the stop motion, all cheesy to the David level. But the stop motion of Ash fighting Henrietta, where it's moving around, kind of like that wider shot with both of them, I think is the worst looking one out of them all.
The superimposed creature does not look great there.
It definitely looks dated.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think it would ever look. It's hard. I mean, watching like Jason the Argonauts it's really bad too.
Yeah, I think what doesn't help is that it's a stop motion with a live action, not like Linda's body dancing where it's on its own.
Yeah,
so I think cutting the two makes it look worse.
It looks better, or not look better. It looks good more than it looks bad but there are moments where it looks bad.
It definitely.
I think.
I'm trying to figure out the best way to describe this. It looks like it looks like a little more of like Star Wars is more stop motion-y moments in classic. In the classical versions of the original trilogy, it kind of reminded me of that. So I guess I didn't really have much issue with the stop motion puppeteering kind of look that it had.
Kind of reminds me of Beetlejuice, actually.
My issue was the freaking sound effects. What the heck was the freaking monkey?
The sound effects. The sound effects.
I think it looked like a monkey.
The sound effects were hilarious, but I agree they don't fit.
The monkey noise was both the demon and the wind.
100%. They got the cast of the head, and it looked like a fucking monkey, and they were just like, it's gonna have monkey sounds. Yeah, it's gonna have monkey sounds.
When the head grew taller, and actually, I think Springs might be the only one that gets this. But do you remember the Lambert from Gears of War 3? When
he is gonna be the only one that gets this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's those creatures that kind of transform and get like taller heads and like longer arms.
Yep.
That's kind of what I thought of when I saw this.
Oh, okay.
I've beat Gears 3 and Judgment, and that's it.
But do you know what he's talking about?
Do you know what I'm talking about?
I do know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Oh wow, there was a 50-50 shot there. I can visualize it in my head.
Reminds me of the Beldam transforming in Coraline.
Oh yeah,
see, that one I don't.
That one's a little bit I can get.
That one you don't get.
I haven't seen Coraline.
Yeah, there's a little bit of that in there, but obviously I think this one's a little more transformative.
Scary?
Yeah. Well,
I guess both are kind of.
Yeah, Coraline's not supposed to be a straight horror though. It's just supposed to be very, very.
It should have been. The book is.
Well, to a single-digit child, maybe.
Yeah.
Single digit.
I'm sure it's scary to a 9-year-old.
Not terrifying. I'm sure. I haven't seen the
trailers. To a lone digit.
Yeah, just before
those lonesome digits.
Just before Ash has his one-on-one fight with Henrietta, there's a scene where Henrietta is like floating in the sky above E-Plot and just pulling her hair. I do find it. For me, it reminded me of like how the classic Baron Harkonnen looked in David Lynch's Dune, in the sense of the kind of floating effect of the oversized body.
That's a deep cut right there.
Is it?
Kind of,
yeah.
At least David Lynch's Dune, just in general, I think is kind of a deep cut now with the Denis Villeneuve out. But
that's true, I suppose. Yeah. But I definitely got those kind of vibes because the Harkonnens and David Lynch's Dune are very much more like boily, pussy kind of looking monsters. And then obviously the Baron's supposed to be very, very overweight and just kind of floats around. So I got very much David Lynch and Dune vibes from that particular shot.
And so you said that's Ted Raimi?
That's Ted Raimi. Yep, that's the whole thing. That's Ted Raimi the whole way through.
The whole thing?
He's in the stop motion clay.
I'm like, even in the cellar, the transformation where singing the song, where she has two eyes?
No. The decomposed corpse is always him. The other one is the real lady.
The The Jake Eaton bloated.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have
Which
to.
apparently was one of the worst things. It's awful.
Well, at
Just
1 hour,
sweat.
11 minutes, and 54 seconds,
Whoa,
his head is tilted, and you can see
Yes.
all the sweat from inside his suit pouring out the air of the suit.
I was wondering. I was trying to find the timestamp for that, but I couldn't because it's really fast. It is, the Dixie cups full of sweat were used every day. It was truly
Scrumptious.
disgusting. Yeah, disgusting.
I just want to say that when Ash is one v one Henrietta, I want to
Mhm.
point out that B plot is doing absolutely nothing.
Howard,
Thank you. Thank you.
she's
Yeah,
singing.
she's
Eye candy.
transcribing the writing to understand what the spell is, or
That's her mom. You can't attack her mom.
I'm not saying she needs to attack her mom. I'm saying she could have just continued reading. the banishing spell or whatever.
No argument. Here.
Yes.
I do find the fight with Henrietta quite lacking. She's like built up to be like this boss, and then she's very easily dispatched.
I did like Ash's uppercut. That was pretty funny.
It was
Even
pretty
though
awesome.
even though it was like poorly superimposed, it was still kind of amusing to me.
Ash was totally about to die there, though. She was going in to eat his face, and then Annie starts singing, and he was just standing there, gonna just get eaten.
Gonna just
get munched on by Granny.
Granny num nums.
Granny.
Granny num nums over there.
She's a grandma.
She looks old. Okay, what can I say?
What can I
Ageist over here,
say?
Armor Crimson.
Yeah.
Look at me profiling her.
Every wrinkled woman is a granny.
That's how it works. All right, that's how the cookie crumbles. You know what?
Logic.
All toddlers look like babies to me. Okay, that's just how it works.
Crimson, you need to stop.
Yeah, you're alienating a wide margin of our audience right now with ageism.
I'm a terrible person. I usually don't write jokes in my notes because I try to maximize my space. But I did write down "doggy down" when the trees came to life.
We got a doggy down.
Got a doggy down.
I'll back up. I'll call Judy.
I'll get Judy.
Oh, what a movie!
Great scene in that movie in particular.
Maybe the
And we
best
get
scene in that movie.
lots of good scenes.
Sorry, writer, you know that movie? Sorry, audience, you know that movie?
Monster House.
There we go.
Have you seen Monster House, Ryder?
I have. It's just been many years.
All right, cool.
Thank
you got
God.
me worried.
No, I have
Kevin
seen
James,
Monster House.
Nick
but
Cannon.
I've seen it once, and I don't remember anything about it. I just know I've
Written
seen it.
by Rob Schraub and Dan Harmon, pre Rick and Morty fame.
Yeah. You know what? That is a film that would fall under. I have seen it, but I remember nothing about it, so I may as well watch it the first time again for the podcast. Kind of movie.
Yeah,
I have a lot of those.
Maybe next Halloween.
Who knows? Let's see. Who hasn't said anything in a while? Sprinks.
Hey, let's see.
This dude.
Look at my notes. The fleshed form of the demon, when it appears, can wither flowers upon its appearance.
Is ugly.
Exudes evilness.
Yeah.
Because Ash is just like terrified looking at it, and the flowers behind him are just dying.
And then he gets gray hair.
I was just about to say, did you see that?
Yeah, he got gray hair in that blue light. I can't tell if that's just supposed to be the lighting or he just got gray
Nope.
hair.
No, he got gray hair.
Like the 8 or so times I said I've seen this in the opening, I never noticed. I never
You never
noticed he got
noticed
gray
that?
hair there. No, because I know in Ash vs. Evil Dead, he has the gray stripe.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
don't even remember it in Army of Darkness. But,
It's not. Yeah.
but I never noticed that here. He got scared to death. His hair got grayed.
Yeah, and the stop motion effect look on his head.
Yeah.
Yeah. little.
Hey, this
little
is
jerky.
pre-digital. This is the best they could do.
Is it
I
because he
think-
was looking at the demon? Because Annie didn't change at all.
He's a coward.
It's the cartoony factor. Right?
Oh, got it. Coward.
It's coward.
That demon though is pretty cool.
Yeah.
Today that would be completely CGI and would totally take away everything. I think.
I love how wet it looks. It's so wet.
Came from a sea of blood, so of course it's
The
wet.
practicality of it is great, and how the camera moves and shakes and distorts and pulls to really not give like, oh, it's like in the beginning of the Grinch, the Jim Carrey one, where Max is
the big mouth,
the monster, because it's like zoomed in and everything, it's all scary, and then it's just a prop.
Yeah.
I love the mental image of seeing this giant creature laying on its belly, just peeking its head and hands through the windows.
That's funny.
Because it's got arms and a head, so it probably has the rest of the body. We just don't see it. So it would just be laying down, or crouched on the ground.
Orchard head, apple head, or whatever they nicknamed it, something.
And I will say it's very smart of the demons that the hand just decided to hide and wait for its opportunity.
Oh yeah.
And
I think they were
not just crush
Characters in
Ash.
this movie do that. They wait for opportunities that fail.
When's the best time to ruin anything for myself? Here it is. Here it is.
But I'm in agreement. I think the demon looks really cool.
Yeah, the
Kinda
demon.
like-
It's probably some of the best special makeup.
It kind of reminds me of the Rancor head from Star Wars, but like more grotesque.
Yeah.
looking.
I know I don't know the name, but I know somebody who worked on a Star Wars movie special effects for this. But he didn't do the Rancor.
Gotta specify.
Yeah,
It reminded me
did something
of the Salazar boss fight in RE4.
I was like, yeah.
It was a little more squished in with one big eye.
So you think you're smart because you can count to 6? I can count to 7 now. Nobody's gonna understand what that is.
Ryder, you said you had thoughts on the ending, the end.
Well, we're not. Let's do the
Yeah,
end
please
before we get to the.
clarify.
Let's get to
What's
the end.
the end
before
and
we
the
get
end
to
end?
The end is at the cabin. The end is in medieval times. There you go.
And you're asking,
Is that
why-
correct, Ryder?
Yeah, well, I assumed that's just my presumption because he ascribed the definition of it to that. So.
No, I was asking you.
Yeah,
I was
well-
asking Ryder here what the end and the end it is. But
Oh no!
if
You
it's
asked the wrong
Chris-
person. I never gave it that description. I just rolled with it.
I'm the one that coined the term. Yeah.
Somebody did it.
Yeah, sure.
You said there was some inaccuracies.
Yes. Actually, quick question. Do we know this is supposed to be like the 1300s again, or when was this?
I mean, I don't know. It went missing in the 1300s, the book or whatever, or something. So it might be pre
1300 AD.
This would be before 1300 AD.
Roughly, because they say it disappears.
Well,
man, do I have some news to bring to you? Plate armor was not that widespread in the 1300s.
I knew he was gonna go there.
Knowing the events of the next movie, I don't know if it's technically before this year.
I mean, they kind of changed the beginning of the next one.
Yeah.
Anyways.
No,
As someone who's seen the beginning of the next one, and that's it, I agree that they changed.
Damn it!
I will listen to the beginning. I was like, "What the hell is this? Is that Bruce Campbell? Oh, I need to stop watching."
Man, Evil Dead, they always fuck up the recap. How do they keep doing that?
It's chest armor discrepancy.
Chest armor discrepancy.
Plate armor.
Yeah, plate armor specifically. Plate armor wasn't that widespread. It looks cheap. I wasn't expecting it to look great, mind you. But
It looks cheap.
it looks cheap. Like I said, that's not
I
really
agree.
That's not really like an objective criticism.
Like-
my, I guess
Like if you compare like the cabin set to the medieval set, it's a night and day difference.
I see what you did with the night.
But
Those two meanings.
Wow.
There's a double in there. There's because it's daytime
It's day.
and yeah.
yeah. No, my biggest issues was just like the little nitpicks and stuff.
No, it's fine.
Oh,
I mean
okay.
that's totally.
Yeah, I don't have it. I don't
This
have
is a
anything.
fictional medieval time, so maybe in this universe it was more prevalent.
Yeah,
Those armor.
exactly. And as I said, I don't have that
That's so
much issue.
stupid.
It's just nitpicky and stuff like that. I think any potential world building issues that would come out from time travel will be revealed as we go through the story.
Yeah, once it has a more of a presence.
Yeah.
I will say, fasten your seatbelts.
Let's see. The flying demon at the end was
Oh yeah.
okay,
Yeah.
I guess.
It flew
The animation
right,
of it.
Yeah, it flew right at Ash to die, but I guess he was
Well,
expecting
it doesn't know what a
knights.
gun is.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it doesn't know what a gun. Yeah.
It doesn't. So I said I'm fine with that.
It's like, why are you putting a stick at him? It's
I will say we're kind of lucky. The original home broadcast version, or the you could still see the wires.
That's a little funny.
That's
And-
something.
Yeah, the guy that was made by Tom Sullivan, the original guy from Evil Dead 1, and he was like, anytime I watched it, I would wince because he left in the wires.
So, did Ash kill the big demon with the chainsaw? Is that the implication? Or did
No,
it just get
he
summoned?
wounded it.
Okay.
He wounded it, and then it got brought back through the portal. So he
Okay.
didn't kill it. Yeah.
Okay. I was just curious. I
which
found
begs the question: where is the demon and the trees and
It's-
everything
it's
else
gonna-
that got
it's-
sucked into the portal?
It's in Army of Darkness.
Well-
Kristen, of course.
Yeah, some went there. I know the car went to the sinister dimension. No pun, sorry, sinister, but where like evil Doctor
It was
Strange's
Sinister.
because it's like floating in the street.
eventually
Uh,
it went there because it does appear in the medieval
Yeah.
times.
That I always, that's another thing I didn't cover. I don't know if that's the original car.
It's not.
Well,
I don't know.
they break the
The car's like in every film.
I mean, yeah, but I don't know if that's the OG. I don't know if that's the same one from Evil Dead. It might just be a similar, or you know,
5
like the
years
same.
later,
Same
and
model.
it didn't have it?
Same model. Same.
Yeah.
Same
a
thing.
stunt double car.
Yeah, because it gets squashed pretty well.
Yeah. Is
Yeah.
one thing I do like about the ending is I do like that B plot actually manages to get through reading all the pages, even though she pauses dramatically for like long periods of time.
Mm.
Yeah, I don't really know how the hand got to her back with such force to
Yeah,
do what it
neither
did.
do I. I have no idea how it leapt from like somewhere to stab her with something in its hand, but that's how it went.
Yeah.
They made
Yet
a good
again-
choice
Like
by
in
not
reality.
showing how it did that.
Yeah, it's
But it's
funnier
still
that
a
way.
problem. But it's still a problem.
It's still a problem, but it's funny.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Brinks.
Let me look at my notes here. The effects of Ash going through the portal feels very much. It feels like it wasn't fully planned. It was like things they found around the crew set or room that would work. And I don't know if that part was really dated to me. The use of like a lightning bolt and blurred Christmas lights and just the
Explosion.
spinning and an explosion.
Kind of reminded
know,
me
it-
of. Funny enough, it reminded me of Wizard of Oz kind of effects when they're going between worlds a little bit.
The tornado thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you
yeah.
saying observationally it doesn't look great now, or you think it looked bad then?
Well, it reminds me of like when someone takes in a movie like an acid trip or something, and then the world gets all colorful, and then there's just random things, and it felt like that, just like a random thing to express how he got, like how the portal is like time travel.
I mean, yeah, you've got to represent it somehow. The only other option would have been like a bunch of calendars going backwards.
Well, they could do what they did with Halloween Town 2 and just show the timeline and fly alongside it. No.
I don't think time needed to be shown, which they don't do. They don't, no calendar or timeline or anything, because he just arrives and that's the answer. And it's already been said earlier. It's like of the lost pages and the depiction, which is very on the nose. But just like this added instance of things.
Well, you have to represent it somehow. I'm sure they did at the time what they thought would be the most accessible, make the most sense. And then now that we've had other things that have come out since that are, let's just say, better or more exact, perhaps, maybe. Now it doesn't look quite as good.
I think Sprinks is leaning. Why didn't they do the Doctor Who tunnel?
Because Doctor Who owns that.
Or even as Ryder said with the Wizard of Oz, because Wizard of Oz was a lot of the camera the film distorting. Though. Well, no, but when Dorothy like falls asleep on the bed and gets knocked out, and then the camera's like going back and forth, like pulling the corners, and then it's just the tornado shot. Like this, you don't have Dorothy looking out her window and there's all these lights and explosions and lightning, and I don't know if it was, again, I don't know if it's just the dated 87 of like
it's not Evil Dead period.
I don't know. I just
it's individualized.
It felt tacky to me.
That's fine.
Tacky, sure, but I think it fits within this movie.
So, I have a potential problem to introduce here about the end of the film. Not the end, but the end of the cabin.
Okay.
Is it an issue that the demon's goal was to kill everyone in order to secure its place in this world? Because they say the line that they won. She didn't finish the line.
Yeah.
The reason I'm asking if this is a problem is because it then understands the situation contextually and how imperative it was to kill everybody present.
It really comes down to how much the demons care. Because we know the show and the first movie, like the first movie, the demons don't care about their physical forms. Like they cut their hands off and eat their arms and stuff. They don't care all that much. So there's a kind of a balance of how much do they care? How old are they? Are they like thousands of years old and they think they'll just come back again later if this fails? I don't know. Kind of gray to me.
It is gray on what the demon's goal is.
Well, the reason I brought this up is because they explicitly state that their goal was to, I think it's inferred.
They want life.
Yeah, they want to be.
One of them said that.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, then yeah. So that was their goal. And they achieved that by succeeding in killing everybody, or thinking they killed the person who was reading it. So
yeah. There's an interview with Sam Raimi and Fangoria when they were still like working on Evil Dead 2. So a lot of stuff he said was being shot or being done at the time. So a lot of things he said in it didn't end up being in the actual movie because they just didn't go through for one reason or another. But he does indicate in his mind. I'm not saying it's in the movie, but this is in his interpretation of what the Deadites' plan is that they're testing the mettle of man and to see if man is weak or strong to some I don't know. That's like, as in his mind, it's like his idea of what. I don't think that's really represented well in any of the movies though.
Yeah,
I would agree.
Except maybe
very well represented.
Other than they toy with them.
So, Biggle, I don't know, Ryder.
Okay. I
From
will
me.
chop it down as an I don't know, which
From
means
me to you.
yeah, it's not going to be go down as a huge flaw, but it'll still go down as a problem.
Are you sure?
It
Can't
could
take
be,
that
it
back.
Could, it could be cleared up as future iterations come along. Surely.
So, don't call me Shirley. How's everyone else?
That was my
Slim.
last big one. So
Slim, you say. Sinister, you?
I don't think I have any.
All right. Sphinx, you're up.
Ryder, being the history buff here, is it weird that the knights don't have any ranged weaponry?
if this is supposed to be in 1300s, yeah. To be fair, the bow has been around since BC. So
Okay, so when the Deadite comes and they all kind of flee, and they have nothing to fight against it with, I guess ranged.
they would, but also they're also in plate armor. So this is gonna be weird because it depends where you are historically, how often or how common like bows and arrows are. Because straight up, like if you're in full plate armor like this, archers are completely separate. You won't find them in full plate because it would be troublesome to kind of draw your arrows back. So that's one of the reasons why English longbows were very important to the 100 Years' War in that sense.
Also, it depends on if it was English or not, because if it was England, they wouldn't have used a crossbow because it wasn't sportsman.
Didn't know that.
And
depending on the era.
Yeah, so they would have ranged weapons to varying degrees. It just kind of depends on like what you're looking for in terms of how hard those weapons would hit.
Okay. And then question for Sinister. Was the knight who raised his helmet Sam?
Yeah, that was Sam.
Okay.
There's also Scott Spiegel's in there too.
Oh.
I don't know which one he is. And I think Ted Raimi as well. Most of them are people that worked on the movie.
I can tell because there was a lot of them that came out of nowhere. It seemed a little too much budget for this film.
It's a bunch of random paid extras.
Yeah.
You know, like what they did with the end of Monty Python. Just got a bunch of family and free help for the army.
With Holy Grail?
That's funny.
Yeah. All right, move along. Move it out then. All right.
You have to classify which Monty Python.
What a cop out. All right, let's move on because it sounds like everyone's done, right?
Done.
I don't
Everyone's
have anything
done.
to add,
Satisfied.
Yeah, I'm ready for Army of Darkness.
Oh, all right.
All right. We're covering that next. All right. Come on.
All right. We'll go into our ratings and summaries, and we shall start with listening to Sinister first. What are we about to say?
Oh, well, never mind that.
Okay, then you just give your rating.
Oh, no. I don't know. No. All right. So got the Evil, the Dead, and the Two to cover here. All right. Where to start? So just so everyone's aware, my review's going to be a little. My rating overall might be a little bloated, a little biased. That's and I'm calling it out right now, which absolves me of everything, no doubt.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, I love this movie. It's definitely my favorite of the three. I don't know where I'd have to rewatch Army of Darkness and the first one, kind of a little bit close to give it accurate, but needless to say, number 2 is always the top spot. And it's pretty. I think it's not the only. So I'm not gonna say it's the basis of. It is what everything a sequel should be in many ways. Everything that was good about Evil Dead is bigger and better in Evil Dead 2. And everything that was bad is, from varying degrees, slightly to just less so. There's still some of the same problems, but you're never going to get a perfect movie. But so that's one, it's what a sequel should do, to be bigger and better in every way, and then be less bad in every way. it's a hard thing because it's kind of hard to be. It's a horror movie, so there's a little bit of aspects that maybe some of the characters don't get quite as much screen time or as development, and that's usually not the point of most horror movies, is to have a character development. It can happen during a horror movie. We've definitely seen aspects of it, and I do think Ash sort of has some a definite kind of character development. I don't know if it's what kind you would call it, but there is a level of it there. So that's one aspect to keep track of. The sets are great. All of the cabin stuff I love a lot. Medieval thing is I think might have just been better to just not have that. Might have just been better to set that up for Army of Darkness, but you do what you got to do. I think the writing is pretty good throughout. I mean, there's just some great little lines here and there. I mean, you got groovy. Yeah, I mean, what else you got to say? You just got to say groovy. It's hammy, it's campy, which can be bad or cheesy, but I love it all the same. My personal preference. Definitely bad. The continuity is kind of all over the place. Some of it's somewhat forgivable, others of it not so much. What I am somewhat forgivable on is the amount of blood or damage, because this is a very gory movie, even with the changes of color of the liquids or the fluid, shall we say. So it's, even I think on the best day, it was probably going to be a little bit over the place. It might be reaching a little bit further to be forgivable, but I'll let somebody else handle that. Probably Crimson. He's the continuity guy here today. Let's see, any other bats? We do have a removable character. It happened. He's on a list, and you won't be hearing from him again. The Professor Nobi thing. Yeah, that's removable too, but we can't get rid of his character. Sorry. And some bad acting, or some poor acting, I'll say. I'm not going to say bad. Some poor acting of fear from a certain B-plot actress. So I think that's, I think that's most of the bad stuff. And then there was some things brought up that would be considered somewhat bad, but were needed for something else to be good. So you got to take the rough with the smooth. In my case, not everybody does or has to, but I will. So I think overall, I like this a hell of a lot more than I like Duds at an 8. I'm gonna say this is a 9. I think I'm fine with saying that. It's not a 10. I'm not going to give it a 10. I want to, but I'm not. Just because, nothing else I've said, but just because Professor Nobi is a dumb spirit. That's why it's a 9, not a 10. There you go. There's a reason for it.
It's less than, what did you give a 10? Was it rejected?
Living with yourself? Not living with her. No, meaning of life.
What?
I don't know why the heck I said that.
I gave
Yeah,
Meaning of
Meaning
Life
of
a
Life.
10. I gave Meaning of
I
Life
put
a
it-
10. Because that's an incredible. Have you seen that? That's great, right?
I have seen it. I've seen it a couple times.
It's amazing. It's a spectacle. Go watch Meaning of Life by Don Hertzfeld, everybody. We've covered
check
it.
out our coverage.
Yeah, go put a
Season 12 or 13,
Yeah, if you're
what can you
curious,
do on
then-
YouTube?
then
Is
you
it
go
like
to
a
the
little
recap.
you can put a little tab, right? What's it called?
You're asking maybe the little white tab in the corner? I don't know.
You can, but then like when you upload it, right? You can do that as like the end effects, right? What's that called though? I'm not saying do it. I'm just saying what's it called? Because I'm blanking on it. It's just like
I'm also blanking on it.
A click tab.
Like a tab. Yeah, tab. Whatever. Yeah.
Yeah.
Go watch that. You made it this far.
A 9. All right. We'll go with Ryder next.
All right. This is my again my first time watching this. As it was for the first one. The first one did not really live up to the hype of the franchise, as my friends have been filling me in on it for quite a few years now. This one, I'm very pleased to say, very much did. I think it was a solid improvement in almost every department in terms of storytelling, directing, writing, little notations here and there. Just everything was made of better quality. You can tell that it had a bit of a budget compared to the first one. And I am like I said, I am treating it like I treat it more like a sequel than I do a retcon. So I do have issues with the beginning part that's very plot oriented and at least character building oriented for Ash. But Ash, to be fair to him, is mostly in character from the first one, so it's not like they changed too much. So I do treat that as a retcon, more so than the first 15 minutes or so, more like a retcon than it is a sequel. I don't take large issues with that typically, but and I don't now. It led to some interesting things. So I found myself enjoying this one quite a bit. So I'll give my subjective first. I'm at a 7.5. I very much enjoyed the classic horror Raimi feel that this had. So enjoyed it substantially more than I think that did the first one, which kind of just felt not like a slog, but it just felt very, very by the numbers. I didn't see the I guess the growth that I guess I didn't see the foundation that would have turned it into a franchise pretty much in that film. Though with this one I very much do see that something foundational that could turn into a franchise from. Objectively, as I said, I think it's a clear improvement in most departments from its predecessor. The characters suffer from a lot of plot armor in this. The world building suffers from the limits to the power of the Kandarian demons aren't clearly defined. We went back and forth a lot over about whether they can project into people's heads, what are dreams, where those limitations are. I think a lot of the characters are a little more archetypal at times, but that's not a huge issue in terms of characters like Ash, because Ash obviously is very central to the story, so he gets a lot of time on screen, and we get a lot of time to kind of define through his character traits of he's not, we call him a coward mostly as a joke. I think he's very brave, but he's still human in a lot of his scenes. So there's limitations to, I guess, that how quote unquote badass he is as a character, which makes him feel human, and I actually quite like that. I find it very endearing as a character trait, and it's particularly well written throughout. They kind of maintain that for the course of the film. The big problem I brought up at the end with whether the demons had to kill everyone in order to kind of so they could win and essentially be manifested into the world. That goes down as a problem, not a huge issue, which I think does help keep the film above water for me. And there's obviously lots of plot armor. There's there's lots of plot armor, and I think there's obviously elements where things coming out of nowhere, which like the hand with the serrated like ancient knife just kind of comes in at the end. I like that it comes in at the end, but it's hard to. I don't see that logistically feasible from where things stand. In the same way that the Papa Joe and Jake holding hands kind of disappear by the end, just kind of have with the hand just appearing there. So there's some instances of teleporting characters around and moving things about in order to kind of save them or cause a jump scare. And all that being said, I think I'm bouncing between a 6.5 and a 7. I will settle on a 6.5 for now, potentially a 7 depending on how future films might recontextualize the story.
Okay. I'm going to go for a little drinks.
Oh, saving yourself for last, I see.
I am.
Okie doke. Let's see. Much in the way how both Sinister and Ryder have put it, that this is a step up from the previous film. I see that in its entirety, of both objective and subjective. Subjectively, I enjoy this more. However, surprisingly, this is not my favorite of the trilogy, but I have this as a subjective 6.5. I think it's decent and fine. Objectively, there's a lot of good in this film. Bruce Campbell's acting, I think, is top tier and really up for what he's given and what he does with it. I think the camera work is very creative and works in this older style of, well, not older style, but of its time. What's the right word I'm looking for?
Distortion?
Not distortion, kind of, not disorienting, but just like distorting the likeness of everything around, which really helps the story compel of a man losing his mind in a world that's already losing its mind of itself, being possessed by a demon, and kind of a flip on its head of the haunted house trope. So I like that very well. I think the pacing is off. I think if you cut the movie in 10%, 80%, 10%, the 80% is paced really well, of Ash in the cabin and meeting B-plot and the crew and all that. I think really good. I think the beginning with the recap is really rushed, and I think the ending when the demon takes flesh form is rushed. I think the lighting, a lot of good lighting usages of natural and practical. There's some artificial to go, like the lantern bit of emulating the lantern light when it's not the lantern light emitting the light for that room, which Ryder pointed out. That not great. There's some acting not great, especially with Sinister said of Annie on the door. That was probably the worst acting in the movie, I think. The practical effects are amazing. I love them all. I'm just a big fan of that subjectively, but I think they all worked out pretty darn well for what they envisioned. Sam Raimi as a director, I think, got what he was looking for in this film. I think the writing and the lines pretty much stick to the characters pretty well. Costuming, very good. How the deterioration. I know the makeup has a lot of continuity errors, but the wardrobe, I think, really fits the deterioration from start to end of the film very well. The props held up. They look pretty good. So yeah, I have it as a 7. It's a little denoted because I'm conducting it to every film I've seen. So I know it's of the time that kind of lowers its quality, but it's still a very fine and well done made film.
Yeah.
And I did, after I wrote down my checking of my ratings, I went back and checked my ratings I gave for the first film, and they did both get bumped up by 1, unbeknownst. Like, I didn't look back at my scores for the first one to then calculate my scores for this one. I wrote my scores for 2 first, then I went back and checked 1.
Yeah. All right. Can I go now?
Yes.
Okay. I shall go next. I will bring up my subjective first, as my comrades have been doing. I enjoy this film more than the first. I'm pretty sure I said that in the beginning of the first movie, kind of giving away my thoughts of this one. And I won't really say my thoughts on the third one, because we'll cover it. I do enjoy it a lot, but not a lot. So it's at an 8. Pretty solid. Definitely in the higher percentages for stuff we've covered on the pod, I believe. I don't think I've given too many 8s. Bruce Campbell, definitely a major factor for that that rating.
As he should be.
Yes. Objectively, lots of continuity there, as I've said throughout, so I don't really feel like I need to repeat those. I think the acting from Bruce Campbell's great. The only thing I didn't really care for his acting was the champagne. Hey, what do you say we have some champagne, baby? I thought that was too much, even for his portrayal of Ash. It was a little extra. But that's not too bad, all things considered. I do think B-Plot or Annie, if we were to rank the actors and actresses, she would be towards the bottom. Her screams, she did put effort in the screams, I'll give her that, but they weren't great, unfortunately. I think the practical effects were great. Like the creature, the Kandarian demon was good. The fake hand was all right. The stop motion in of itself was good, but some of the implementation of it when it's put on live action, as Sprinks put, was a little off, but I think it's okay for the time. I do think the little beginning recap could be cut, since I think that was our first talking point, or second talking point. So yeah, we do have a removable character being Ed, who just wasn't even a character. He was just a blank canvas. He was less of a character than anyone from the first one, I think. He didn't have anything. The characters made dumb decisions just for the sake of the story, being Jake and even Annie when she stops talking instead of actually just saying the spell or whatever, the incantations. And the Dr. No, or I forgot the name of him. Whatever. The dad. His ghost, removable, stupid, terrible, get rid of it. Get that out of here. Papa Joe, the fact that she just vanishes and doesn't come back as a deadite, I think is a glaring issue. I don't know why she doesn't come back, really. I'm rambling. I agree with a lot of your points, but I also agree with the fact that I think everything is better than the first. So I'm matching writers 6.5 objectively.
Whoa.
All right. Yeah, and anything else before writer signs us off?
Yes. I have
Alright.
2 questions for Sinister.
Oh, I thought it was
First
clear.
one. Sinister, whose eyes are used in the poster of this movie?
Whose eyes are used in the poster?
In the skull.
In the skull, brown eyes.
Oh. I do not know, actually. I think that was just like an art department thing. I don't think that's any of the cast.
Okay. Second question. I actually just came up with a third one, unfortunately, but
Oh,
I'll go
wow.
with my second one. Is this film in your top 10 favorite movies of all time?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Okay. Is it in your top 5?
To check my LetterBoxd. I know it's in like whatever that thing where you can do like your four films, like 4 favorite things. I know it's in
Yeah.
there online. Don't know if it's. That's a good question.
Okay, so unsure if it's in your 5.
Yes, it
But
might.
it's definitely in
It's
your 10.
probably. It's definitely in my 10. It might be in my 5, but I'd have to. I can't. I'd have to think of like every movie that I really like off the top of my head.
Okay. Because the follow-up to that was going to be, is it in your top 3? But if you're if you don't know about the 5, then
probably in 5. I don't think it's in 3. Would be a little, might be slim pickings, but who knows? I'd have to look.
Okay.
All right. Is that it for everyone?
Sure.
All
Dead
right.
by Dawn.
All right.
Dead by Dawn.
Then I
Dead
shall read us
by
out,
Dawn.
gentlemen, if you don't mind.
Can we do Can we do Dead by Dawn while you do that?
That's
talk
going
about
to
it.
drown him out.
Oh, yeah, I know. I was like, actually, no, that's a dumb idea.
If you guys can whisper it, go right ahead.
Will it get picked up?
I don't. Yeah, that's actually good.
Dead by Dawn. Dead by Dawn.
I think that's still too loud.
Well,
Never
All
mind.
right,
We
try
tried.
this out.
yeah, all right.
Yeah.
Thank you, audience, for listening, whether it be Spotify, Amazon, Castbox, Good Pods, iHeartRadio, Pocket Casts, and Samsung. And if you happen to be on our visual side of things, be it YouTube or Rumble, we thank you for watching and enjoying our PNG Tubers and slideshow. If you please feel free to like, comment, and subscribe everywhere. Tell us how much you hate our opinions or how much you love them. As always, I have been a geeky writer.
I'm Crimson Maroon.
Where am I? I'm Sinister Boy.
And I'm Springs.
And we will catch you next time. Later, everybody.
Bye.
Toodaloo.